Hello, everybody. Good morning. Thank you for joining us for this opportune collab on identities in times of crisis. And we are very pleased to do this workshop, the presentations of the Opportune Horizon Europe project, which is a project awarded to Professor Umut Korkut, here present, and Cassie Mahendran and Pantayam, and our team has the administrative coordination. We are here today to talk about identities, but not only, in a polarized world. And this project has the objectives of this project was to track, attune, and limit everyday extremism. You will know a little bit more, I hope, later in the day. It is my great pleasure to have here the rector of Pantayam University, Professor Christina Kuluri, who will give us an address.
Dear colleagues, dear students, ladies and gentlemen, I warmly welcome you to today's conference entitled Identities in a Polarized World, organized by the Laboratory of Social and Political Psychology in the framework of the European program Opportune Horizon Europe. Today's meeting focuses on an issue that is crucial for our democracies: the processes of identification that emerged in a period of intense social and political polarization. We are interested in examining how individual and collective identities are formed when societies are divided and when people are called upon to take sides. We need to remember today that the challenges to democracy are many. Democracy cannot be taken for granted. It is vulnerable to risks that we cannot foresee, both domestic and international. And it is therefore important that there are mechanisms to protect it and that citizens have cultivated a democratic consciousness. The aim of this conference, The aim of this conference is to present and discuss research findings that seek to explain the reasons why, under such conditions, people often tolerate injustice, reproduce stereotypes, and reinforce polarization in European societies and internationally, especially when they live in a context of systemic economic and social crises. Pantayam University is the only university in Greece devoted exclusively to social and political sciences. By its very nature, therefore, it is a university that stands close to society, follows social changes and political conflicts, and places particular emphasis on inequalities, rights, and forms of individual and collective action. What happens out there is not indifferent to us. On the contrary, what happens in society constitutes the core object of our teaching and research. In this context, the aim and responsibility of the professors of all 9 departments of our university is to educate our students with critical thinking, capable of interpreting social and political processes, understanding and analyzing phenomena of political behavior, so that they become scientists who can recognize the mechanisms through which people adopt or question ideologies, go along with or resist injustices, and maintain or transform social relations. I would like to warmly congratulate the Laboratory of Social and Political Psychology for its important work, as well as the members of the Opportune Research team. In particular, I would like to express my thanks and congratulations to Professor Xenia Sokow, who is also the head of the Department of Psychology and the administrative coordinator of this project. For her, and I would like to congratulate her for her valuable contribution to our university in general. She's very active, of course, and her constant efforts to connect research with society. I would also like to extend my warm thanks to the representatives of the civil society research organizations and their own, the Institute for Research and Social Change, Inter alia, and the Feminist Autonomous Center for Research. Thank them for their contribution and their presence to today's conference. Through initiatives such as today's conference, Pantheon University confirms its role as a vibrant space of democratic dialogue where scientific knowledge meets the concerns and needs of society. Thank you all very much for being here, and I wish you a fruitful and creative conference with discussions that will help us to gain a deeper understanding of identities in a polarized world and seek practical pathways towards a more just and inclusive society. Have a nice conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Rector, for your kind address. We will continue this conference with the first panel, and I would like to invite the speakers to come here, and Professor Gerasimus Prodromitis, Vice Rector of this University of Digital
Governance and something.
Anyway, and who will moderate the presentations. Professor Prodromitis, as you know, is also a professor in our department in social psychology.
Following the welcome from our rector, okay, and following the welcome from our rector, I would like to welcome in turn both as the vice rector and professor of social psychology. I'd like to welcome our guests, especially our distinguished colleagues from abroad. And I would like to express my special thanks to my dear friend and colleague Xenia, who suggested me to moderate this session that focuses on conflict and ideological processes and practices of legitimization and delegitimization of the social system. We will attend presentations. The first one from Adonis Dimakis and Xenia Christophou from the University, the Laboratory of Social and Political Psychology, and the presentation is entitled System Justification, Extreme Behaviors and Political Polarization, the Wide Lens of Latino Serbia in 7 countries.
Thank you very much for this opening. What I would like to present to you. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to our conference. We're very happy to see you. Very glad to have you here. This has been very fruitful and long research with some very disturbing results, perhaps. We will discuss, hopefully, up next. What I'm going to show is some of the results we have analyzed in our wide lens survey, quantitative survey we've done in over 13 countries. I will show you the results, the analysis and results has to do with 7 of those countries. I will share my screen so that those watching us on the YouTube channel will be able to also look at presentation. Just
I have to file.
okay. No, this is not it.
Δεν βλέπουμε τη παρουσία στο YouTube.
Well, now. Okay.
Τώρα βλέπουμε την οθόνη σου.
So, excuse us for this short delay. What we are going to show you is the relationship that we have found that is being formed between the notions of system justification, extreme polarizing behaviors, and political polarization. Data we'll present to you is from the Operation Horizon project provided a survey. And it's data from 7 out of 13 countries. Now, our general research question had to do with the socio-psychological drivers that are related to extreme behavior and seek to counter democratic discourse and processes. In a nutshell, our context has to do with multi-crisis in Europe, societies facing all sorts of crises, societal, economic, immigration crisis, and so on and so forth. That all constitute serious challenges for our daily lives and everyday people, and that meet the tension between the dominant narrative of success story of the democracy working, and the everyday experience that seeks to somehow intuitively prove to people that something is absolutely wrong with the things, with the way things are going. This means that in the past few years in all European societies, there's a serious rupture of the social contract, a rupture that has ended all expectations and promises of individual progress and success, which is a key ideological function that secures people's trust in the system. The notion that we can all individually progress through hard work and sort of democratic values. So this challenge is a challenge presented for hegemonic beliefs in total, that is beliefs that legitimize hierarchical social order and allow people to justify inequalities in sense. Based on general concept that was around the question of what's happening with those hegemonic beliefs and people that continue to support this kind of beliefs, we were wondering how we wanted to ask about the interplay between how disaffection and dissatisfaction with contemporary democratic rule in our lives and institutions may relate to support for some forms of extremism. In a sense, what we wanted to find out was whether this relationship between hegemonic beliefs and the inclination to extreme behaviors would be somehow mediated by various disaffection factors, be that may that be support for democracy or institutional trust or satisfaction with everyday life, or even in the sense that the social fabric is collapsing, a sense of anomia about the system. We focused especially on the notion of institutional trust because instead of expecting that lower institutional trust would lead to higher extremism, we wondered whether higher institutional trust would play a similar role and wanted to look into the reasons of why that would constitute a mediation factor between system justification beliefs and extreme behaviors. System justification has to do with believing in a just system and a meritocratic social order where people get what they deserve. Also, system justification beliefs offer a sense of stability of the social order. On the other hand, institutional trust has been related to system justification and collective action in support and in the name of the system. Therefore, a positive relationship could be established between those two. And of course, a positive relationship could be established between institutional trust and actions that seek to defend the system in various ways. So, previous research supports this is a positive pathway, albeit not in this multi-crisis context for Europe in which we attempted to examine our. Therefore, we have three dimensions of investigation: system justifying perception that could offer a motivation to defend a sense of stability. Okay, people that would turn to extreme actions in order to protect their way of life or the system, in a sense. And this relationship between system justification, and extreme behaviors that could be due exactly to this relationship between system justifying beliefs on the one hand and trust in institutions on the other. Now, I will elaborate on the notion of extreme behaviors following this presentation, just to make clear the kind of extreme behaviors as we're measuring. So, in a nutshell, our research question has to do with the hypothesis that the relationship between system justification and everyday polarized and extreme behaviors would be mediated by trust in institutions. People will seek to defend or sustain, in a sense, their perceived as fixed position within society, thereby having the tendency to act or to adopt behaviors that would seek to exclude others that oppose their narratives, their individual and social narratives. The notion of everyday extremism was built up, was created by our colleagues in the University of Malta, Gordon Samut and Rebecca Amiscu. They created a scale with a pilot research Reddit to detect extreme behaviors and actions and narratives perceived as common or consensual in a sense. And this scale seeks to present items that escalate from political participation to exclusion practices on an individual online level. And the emphasis is on this kind of behaviors. So these items seek to measure, in a sense, under which conditions, we seek to understand using these measures, under which conditions we could deny the other the right to oppose, the right to present his arguments, her arguments, or the right to even be perceived as a party to discuss with, to begin with. Actions that reproduce and ask them type of dichotomy manifested in everyday language, in the sense going under the radar of violent extremism, and producing a polarization at an individual level by framing confrontation and exclusionary confrontation. In short, we used 8 out of the 12 items with after checking for validity and reliability of a specific measure. We can always come back to this scale to examine and talk about it. I will not with all the statistics, just to give you the big picture of the story we've examined. With a total participants of around 3,500, not a representative sample, but quite close in some dimensions, especially regarding gender, age groups, and education. We try to be as close as possible. A representative sample is something really difficult to achieve in a sense. Out of 8 countries, Austria, Germany, Kosovo, Serbia, Turkey, the UK, and Greece. Now, our measurements have to do with this system justification notion, the scale by Jost and Kay and Jost. Institutional trust, which is a measure that combines trust in various kinds of institutions. This is also part of the general discussion of what kinds of trust do we really measure. But this is considered as a unidimensional, thank you. A unidimensional measure in a sense. And also this ecological extremism scale, which I presented to you in the previous slide. Correlation showed clearly that there was positive relations between these factors for all countries. Positive and from moderate to quite strong in a sense. And therefore, our mediation hypothesis, we sought to verify our mediation hypothesis to see the kinds of effects that would appear between these predictors and our outcome everyday extreme behavioral variable. Now, what we found was a direct effect of system justification on everyday extreme polarizing behaviors, but we also found an indirect effect of system justification on this kind of behaviors, meaning that the institutional trust explains why people that would justify the system would be more inclined to everyday extreme behavior. This was the general mediation analysis, controlling for gender, age, and countries. But when we repeated this mediation analysis for its country sample separately, we verified this general mediation result. And we see that in all 8 countries, people who tend to justify the system more will feel more inclined to oppose and exclude any opposition because they will trust in the system, they will trust in institutions. May that be political parties, the parliament, the church, the police, NGOs. There are, I think, 7 or 8 different items.
Tribunals, the army?
Yes. So it measures perceived trust in 7 or 8 different kinds of institutions. Results. We're going to translate this, sorry. In general, our results have to show us that the more, first of all, we hypothesize that system legitimization would promote everyday extreme behaviors or everyday political polarization, if you like, because of trust in institutions. Meaning that the more people will justify the system, the more they will act to other and exclude in the name of the system and sustain their perceived position because they feel empowered by institutions. Therefore, this is the mediating role of institutional trust. It would apparently it empowers. What we've come to think about it, it would seem that people feel empowered by these kind of institutions to affirm their excluding actions upon others. So the more they will justify, the more they will polarize against the other. They will do so probably as the items themselves measured. They will do so even if their actions seem to be undemocratic. Okay, and this has to do with the discussion that follows. And even if their actions seem to undermine the possibility of an inclusive dialogue. This finding, despite the fact that they presented data from 8 countries, is something that we saw in all 13 countries, with a couple of exceptions for specific reasons that are not to be discussed here today. But it is a general finding, and it is one of the 2 most persistent findings. And that's why we thought it was so important to look further into this mediation relationship. Now, some conclusions and some thoughts on our research. First of all, we examined how system justification, how system legitimization works in relation to extreme individual behaviors online. This is something that was not before this research project, has never been examined before to our knowledge. So it's the first time we seek to see how individual online actions relate to system justification theory. Moreover, this perspective that institutional trust explains this process raises quite a few questions about the meaning or the importance of trust in our contemporary societies. It's the content of democracy, how democracy is perceived, the meaning making of democratic processes for varying layers of society. In a sense, a short attempt to theorize this, one would say that we're in front of this sort of utopia of normality where, the democratic ideal that we have conquered up to now is the only ideal possible, a kind of there is no alternative situation. And this is something that is already mirrored at the governance level throughout some European countries, this sort of institutionalization of exclusion, one could say. So in a nutshell, to end this presentation, some questions and some challenges that follow have to do with how relevant democracy is to those feeling threatened within the system. Of course, there is kind of a shrinking down of democracy in a sense. Moreover, system justification does not equal justification of this kind of democracy, okay? As a means to an end, in a sense. And also, what is very, very important to consider is different approaches of analyzing our data to understand better in which wider constellations of beliefs these system legitimization beliefs may tap into to explain this everyday extreme phenomenon. And lastly, there is also the need for some more qualitative research on the meaning making of contemporary democracies and contemporary possible alternatives, may them be for positive or negative social changes. That is an open question. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much for sketching the dark side of the neoliberal subject in the legitimized system. And my next speaker is Mr. Galakopoulos. That's about polarization, ideological identities, and democratic challenges, citizens' political attitudes. From Aristotle University.
And the Institute, and I need to share the screen. So, hello. My name is Antonis Galakopoulos. I am a project coordinator at Identities. Let me start by thanking the research team for the invitation. I will begin with some theoretical observation on the issue of polarization, and then I will present findings from two studies conducted by our institute during 2025. Polarization is nowadays considered a critical element of contemporary political systems. Sorry for this. Okay, it's a critical element of contemporary political system in the West and is often depicted in a negative, as a negative phenomenon. However, it is important to note that a certain level of polarization can be plausible or even necessary in a political system. Politics have an antagonistic dimension, and democratic politics involve the selection between competing agendas and conflicting visions. According to Sani and Sartori, polarization refers to the ideological distance between parties. It reflects the intensity of their opposing political ideologies and party identities. We could say that a society is politically polarized when strongly opposing party or ideological divisions are promoted in it. The two political and ideological stances that form the basis of polarization are presented as incompatible, leading to a clustering of citizens' political views and attitudes around these two opposing positions. As a result, a strong divide is created between the two camps, with some extreme cases even involving attempts to challenge or reject the legitimacy of the other camp. When polarization becomes acute, it can also reach pluralism and in turn may lead to exclusion or marginalization of moderate or alternative viewpoints of public discourse. However, these elements are not exclusive to polarizing discourse and can be found in other forms of political practice too. Therefore, identifying polarization requires careful consideration of the wider context. When analyzing the political polarization, there are various dimensions that can be examined. One way to do this is to analyze ideological and programmatic polarization by studying manifesto and policies of political parties. We can look at polarization at the level of political attitudes through public opinion surveys and explore on which issues the electorate is polarized. Socioeconomic polarization can be assessed by examining indicators of inequality that shows how inequality affects political attitudes and voting behavior. Demographic or generational polarization can also be studied by comparing attitudes and behaviors across different groups based on factors such as gender, age, and so on. Furthermore, a broader socio-political polarization can emerge when a particular issue dominates the public arena and creates a clear divide in society. Here today we focus on public opinion through two recent studies of Federal Institute. At the center of the X-ray of Greek voters, the custom name that we gave at our research, were key questions aimed at gaining a deeper understanding of political behavior and civic engagement. The study covers a representative sample of 2,500 individuals from across Greece and sheds light on the deeper value and ideological position of citizens. Let's begin by looking at some results about the ideological self-identification. I need to apologize from the beginning that not every slide is translated in English, but I will try to explain it. So, regarding the general ideological identity of citizens, social democracy, liberalism, and democratic socialism gather the most references. These three ideological currents are the strongest in Greek society and constitute the center of ideological self-identification. Then you can see that nationalism, communism, or neoliberalism have very minor, let's say, representation in society. The overall picture shows that the ideological center of gravity of Greek society lies in the broader center left. Collectively, it represents 46% compared to 36 for the center. At the same time, only 33 currently consider the distinction left versus right important. On the other hand, right-wing parties appear more cohesive and homogeneous regarding their values compared to the center-left parties, which show internal diversity. Here you can see trust in institutions, and you can see the institutions that we examined. We clearly found that in the shadow of the rupture between citizens and institutions caused by the Tempe accident and the ongoing investigation, there is a further decline in trust in all institutions under examination, especially parties and the media that are the two bottom, let's say, institutions. You can see that there is a huge gap between them and all the others. To return closer to the topic of our discussion, this study offers interesting, I think, findings regarding polarities and divisions in Greek society. At that point, I will mainly quote from the analysis of Kostis Keridis, researcher here at Pantheon, that wrote the analysis for our project. While the tendency to reject left and right divide is growing, citizens' values are shaped by its content, and the ideological orientation of voters is consistent with the ideologies of the parties they voted for. You can see that one enduring division concerns Greece's participation in the European Union. Citizens are more or less divided on the overall assessment of the country's participation. For international relations, there is a clear division regarding Greece's stance towards Turkey. 52% of them think we should keep lines of communication open, even if that means making certain compromises. Obviously, far-right party voters overwhelmingly favor a hardline stance. Divisive dynamics and the strong correlation with party affiliation mark the topic of the Prespa agreement, the agreement between Greece and North Macedonia. Religion plays an important role in Greek society and seems to determine ideological positioning, with left-wing voters tend to be secular or even atheist, while religion is more important to voters of right-wing and far-right parties. The race statement of the death penalty, an issue that really shocks me, for certain crimes is really controversial for the Greek society, with 54% disagreeing and 43% agreeing. This issue is particularly polarizing in the US context, as you know. Regarding the establishment of private universities, opinion is split. 44% are in favor of private universities, while 50% think higher education should remain exclusively public. Immigration also remains divided. And same-sex marriage legalization too. The research highlights new forms of political division in Greece, showing that despite the rejection of traditional ideological identities, people's values and attitudes continue to reflect them. One prominent issue, though not a primary focus for us, was democracy. It wasn't the primary focus remaining in the previous research. While most voters recognize that despite its weaknesses, there is no better system than parliamentary democracy, 74% of them express dissatisfaction with how democracy is functioning in Greece today. So we planned a new project, we designed a new project, we call it the A New Democracy Project. Again, we have a sample of 1,800 citizens, a representative sample, conducted in cooperation with Bully Watch, an NGO that studies transparency, let's say, of parliament, focuses on citizens' perception of democracy, meaning and quality of democracy, and on the political system in general. Recognizing this citizen crisis of confidence in institutions and disappointment in democratic functioning, the project aims to identify the main democratic challenges of our time and maybe prospective reforms that could produce a more democratic system. So, as we noted earlier, 3/4 of society are disappointed with the democracy, with the functioning of democracy, but to what extent? That was the question. The data show a similarly high level of dissatisfaction. Democracy's functioning is rated below average at 3.85 out of 10. With 19%, 1 out of 5 citizens rating it with an absolute 0. So it's a total dissatisfaction. The absolute dissatisfaction is 6 times larger than absolute satisfaction. It's this small, 3% there. And in general, almost 60% have the negative rating of functioning of democracy. Young people rate democracy at the lowest, 3.2 out of 10, with slight improvement in older groups. But in general, the rating hovers just above or below 4 across all categories, indicating a widespread dissatisfaction. The research next examined citizens. Yeah, this is too much Greek, I know. Examined citizens' perceived threat to democracy. Two closely linked threats stand out: political corruption and injustice. Both trend above 50% across all survey categories: aid, residence, education. Political corruption and injustice decisively influence perceptions of democracy's quality in Greece. The third important threat is political and economic media control, underscoring how low information quality affects democracy. Of the 13 possible threats, only one more, namely economic inequality, rises above 20%, reinforcing elite influence on politics. As we know, inequality erodes social cohesion, without which representative democracy destabilizes. Okay, now, this is again difficult, but I will explain. Education level seems to differentiate the results regarding the identification of possible democratic threats. In 5 categories, we can see a difference that exceeds 5% between people of secondary education and people that have graduated from a university. In 4 of them, higher education citizens perceive the rise of far-right ideologies, authoritarian tendencies, populism, media control, and weakening of independent oversight institutions as more serious threats than the people that have only secondary education. In contrast, only one threat, namely challenges to social cohesion from the so-called migration flows, is more expressed by those with secondary education or lower. So, we can see a first divide based on education, but we will see again that this reappears in various questions. Citizens' desired interventions to improve democracy mirror their responses regarding the democratic threats. The first answer, the first response, the most popular one, is limiting large economic interests influencing politics, followed by ensuring separations of power. The third one is strengthening direct democracy tools, linked, of course, to a demand for better representation. The sharpest demographic difference concerns again the separation of powers, favored more by urban and highly educated citizens. Meanwhile, direct democracy gains support mostly from rural and lower education groups, revealing again this socio-political distinction that, in my opinion, needs to be studied further. The study includes many other findings beyond what I can present here. I will highlight again this distinction that education is a polarizing factor. Participants evaluated institutional reforms aimed at increasing political participation here. We asked them for various, let's say, reforms that can be implemented in the political system to be more democratic, that will satisfy them. So here we have 2 options, which is participatory budgeting, the first one, and sortition, the second. And we found that participatory budgeting and sortition are more popular among those with secondary or lower education, while higher educated individuals tend to reject broader popular participation in a series of questions. This educational divide is particularly notable regarding sortition, but the difference is 15%, as you can see. It's 46 for the secondary education and only 31 in the higher education spectrum. In conclusion, you can see more details if you scan the QR code. In conclusion, the research highlights 3 main challenges: restoring the principle of representation and improving representation mechanisms, including citizens in decision-making processes with participatory methods and tools, and renewing political personnel. Thank you for your attention, and thanks again to the research team for the invitation to present our work today.
Thank you very much. For mapping the information for society and the multi-level perceived threats and find us what's at stake is the tolerable levels of conflict in this society. So now, please, your questions, comments. Μικρόφωνο έχουμε. Ναι, υπάρχουν. Και στο γέννη.
Αν κάποιος θέλει να κάνει ερώτηση ή σχόλιο, μπορεί να την κάνει στα ελληνικά και θα το μεταφράσουμε, να μην είναι όλο το παιδί. Yes. Η Νικόλ εδώ θέλει. Αλλά θέλω το μικρόφωνο πολύ. Όχι, δεν θα σας ακούγονται στο YouTube. Μάκη.
Εμένα αυτό που μου έκανε εντύπωση ήταν στα στατιστικά στοιχεία για τον ηγέτη, που ήταν πάρα πολύ χαμηλά. Ενώ η προσωπική μου γνώμη ήταν ότι θα έπρεπε να ήταν σε πιο υψηλά στατιστικά στοιχεία. Νομίζω ότι εκεί πέρα φαίνεται η αδυναμία, ότι η έλλειψη πλέον, ότι αδυνατούν στο να έχουν την εικόνα ενός ηγέτη. Που είναι εν τέλει το conclusion όλων των υπόλοιπων.
Αν μπορείτε να επαναλάβετε καθώς θα απαντάτε την ερώτηση.
Do I need to answer now or?
Let's
Just to translate the questions or ask the questions to begin with in English.
Να ακούγεστε, παιδιά.
Okay, so we have the question one by one.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So the question was about the leader as a perceived threat or as a solution?
As a solution.
Είναι το στατιστικό, πώς γίνεται να είναι σε τόσο χαμηλό βαθμό σε σχέση με τα υπόλοιπα στατιστικά στοιχεία του ηγέτη που αναπαραστασιακά.
Okay.
The question about is about the low percentages of the trust.
Okay.
On leadership.
Yeah. The hypothesis was that obviously the percentage would be higher. I'm not sure how to explain, let's say, the result. I'm not sure that people usually, when the question is about the leader, they have in mind an authoritarian leader. So they tend to avoid identifying with him or her. Maybe it has to do with the framing of the question. We need to think, I need to think about it. But in general, yeah, I think that they are more reserved, let's say, to identify with the response leader if they have in mind something that is authoritarian or repressive, potentially repressive. The most, let's say, desired answer in these cases are usually the institutions, although the institutions are here very fast. So that's for me the explanation. It's not the very good answer I know, but a better one right now.
Thank you. So I think my role will be to comment on papers at the end of the day, right?
Yes.
So I'm not commenting on Andres' paper now. No, I mean, obviously, I think this is the fourth time I'm listening to this study and I'm finally understanding it. So I'm improving myself. I mean, so it's very clear actually. I also actually reviewed your report, but I understand you will look at that. So when you say that institutional trust can trigger everyday excellence behavior, right? Institutions.
Okay, because I mean, normally people, they feel that they own the institutions, they don't really leave any space for the other. And it's very clear in our countries, let's say, because, you know, as you know, I'm born in Turkey, that you identify yourself as a system, and then you think that the system belongs to the South, and the other has no claim whatsoever, or can have no claim whatsoever to the system. And then you actually instrumentalize the system at the exclusion of the other, right? So that's the reason why, if someone is posing a threat to the system, you feel that your identity is under threat, and hence you can show extremist behavior to defend your way of life. I think a formal and informal understanding of institutions could be quite important here. You know, because when you say your way of life, that's a very informal understanding of institutions, right? And then, however, if you say how the system operates legally, or in political or legal terms, that's a very formal interpretation of institutions. And I also realize that we haven't asked these people their ideological belonging. So we don't know whether the left wing or the right wing supporters show higher trust, or did you ask them? Did you ask their ideologies? And do we see any difference in terms of right wing and left wing?
I will shortly comment on this because Chenya's presentation will look further into some of these questions in the next session. It is true that concluding that trusting the institutions and an institutionalized form of your kind of democracy leads you as a self-defended, whether when you feel this is challenged. I like this division between formal or informal, and I would also, my personal thought was kind of similar one, like a top-bottom or a bottom-up way of dealing with how these things are represented in the public sphere. I think it's a very similar notion. Talk about how people perceive the institutions, and by those perceptions proceed to act upon the others. And how, on the other hand, these institutions actually realize that policies are actually presented in a sense of social influence, majority social influence, of organized social order. And I think these two act together in a sense. That's why one of the conclusions and a more general theoretical challenge is how to combine this socio-psychological result with a more sociological way of understanding different levels of understanding the role of institutional trust. I think it's a very difficult challenge, especially in societies that speak in the name of democracy, that have not really acknowledged the rolling in the forms of authoritarian democracies. But actually what we are witnessing, I believe, is some very strong evidence, in my opinion, feel free to that it is starting to smell like authoritarian democracies.
One thing you left untold is actually, you said that system legitimization will reinforce extremist individual behavior online, but you don't really get to the details of that.
Yeah, you mean the scale?
No, but actually more conceptually. Why do you think online could be the field?
One of the premises is that individualism will be better manifested and better fitting in an online environment nowadays, which is like, this online activism kind of thing is much more easy to do and much more straightforward to do. So this is a very interesting tool to use and to try to interpret the results. One other thing is that despite this being a unidimensional measure, we could deal with it as a two-factor structure. A more aggressive online behavior factor and a more kind of collective political participation in support of one's opinions factor. And this actually works in a way. We have not elaborated on this kind of analysis yet, but we would much like to look into this data because Our hypothesis is that different socio-psychological drivers will mediate these relationships as far as dissatisfaction, disaffection is concerned, onto different factors of online polarizing behaviors. I mean, polarization is not necessarily a negative notion. Therefore, sometimes it's good to polarize if the other is really actually not only challenging your rights, but it's actually challenging your existence. It's a different thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate the response that we've just had to the questions, because I think it elaborates further the real depth and significance of what you've been dealing with. One of the things I did want to ask you about was really about the form of extremism as you conceive it, because some of the findings that you have which relate degree of extremism to trust in the system could be accounted for in terms of the nature of extremism that you have asked people to tell you about. And it will differ. I would predict very strongly that it will differ according to the forms of extremism. So I like the idea of perhaps looking at what might be considered acceptable extremism and what might be considered unacceptable extremism. And whether you have that sort of scope, granularity of the assessment of extremism could actually be of some value. So I'm looking forward to the next instalment, frankly. Do you have that? So my question, you want a question, don't you? Do you have that granularity within the data set?
So, this is a very important exercise, I think. One more theoretical viewpoints had to do with distinguishing between what radicalism is, perhaps, and what extremism is, in a total different sense. I mean, there is an ideological background. These two meanings, I think, and we must be clear about it because we cannot remain. We need to position ourselves as far as these meanings are concerned. I think that in a way to overemphasize the previous answer is that there is a kind of extremism that is dealt with as extremism because it has to do with the power relations in challenging the power, probably. And people who might tend to adopt this kind of extreme way to say, or radical, much better way to talk about it, behaviors, seek a different way of social organization rather than the others. Now, on the question about the forms of extremism, I think this scale was very specific because the rise from Reddit, where Reddit has a very specific context, especially right-wing context in a sense. It is mainly in the UK and the USA. So we report on items and data that seek to bring together perceptions that have never before been kind of combined. I mean, we sought out to ask people in other social and cultural contexts about the way people express themselves in Reddit in countries like the UK and the USA. We asked people in Germany, in Austria, in Turkey, in Greece. So different measures could give us different results. For example, in the same research, we had some questions about leadership. If a strong leader would be considered a solution to impose social order, do away with all these corrupt politicians. We asked whether or not elections matter, represent the core value of the right of representativeness and electing new leaders, which is a very core democratic issue, actually challenged at the moment. But on this kind of questions, we did not have this kind of necessarily. I cannot present you with the data now, but this persistent result across countries with institutional trust had to do only with online behaviors. So I think a more general comparison between the kinds of extremism and also a comparison between the roots of radicalism and extremism is very important because we cannot allow dominant narratives to impose who should speak out and in the name of what, because this constitutes the essence of hegemony. If we accept this, I think we have surrendered our scientific and our social weapons systems. Yeah.
Okay, please.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you for the presentations and sharing your results and conclusions. And thank you for pointing out to the difference between extremism and radicalism. I think this is an essential, also politically, in terms of political contestation or political contention. It's very important to be very clear what we consider radical and what we consider extreme. My question basically is to Mr. Galanopoulos. We are presenting a similar research on similar grounds later on the second panel. I was surprised by this finding. I suppose you were surprised as well that the people from Greek periphery tend to be more prone to self-organizations and other forms of direct democracy. I would claim that it would be clearly the other way around. The people living in the urban centers, they are the ones who self-organize. There's this whole discourse about how cities bring people in a way closer to resolve their problems. And what we hear about direct democracy is basically on Exarchia and what's going on there. So I know that you don't know because you said that it needs further research. But what are your first impressions or assumptions?
Thank you. I think it's related with the sense of exclusion. Citizens in urban spaces in Athens or in Thessaloniki feel closer. That they can influence the witness system far more easier than citizens in the periphery of Greece, small towns, rural areas. And maybe it's also connected because every time there was a difference between urban and rural population, this gap was also present in the secondary versus higher education. Probably also these factors can be in a way corrected. So yeah, I think that the lack of representation and the sense of exclusion from the political system in general can explain the tendency towards direct democratic tools that in a way are perceived as a way to heal this gap. That's my first hypothesis.
It's not connected to political emancipation.
Yes, it's not a theoretical or a ideological issue. It's very pragmatic.
Those are nature. Some of the growth movement initiatives.
Okay, maybe.
Okay. We have some time for one or two questions.
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
Some of the questions that were addressed, I think we will have the opportunity also to discuss them with the second presentation that completes the first one, especially about the leadership and about other measures of extremism. I want to make two comments in relation to what was said. The first one is that look, when we discuss academically concepts like extremism or radicalism, we need to pinpoint the differences between them and how we can measure them and what does it mean. Because of course, it's a whole representation of what people think is extreme and what people think is radical. and how we can measure this ourselves. In this particular scale that we used here for the project, it was constructed in the idea that we look at mundane behaviors that people do, like gaslighting or portraying the other in a negative way, in order to see how these are explained by social psychological concepts or otherwise. That's one thing. So what is extremism is an important question. It is an important question for the European Union, who funded this project. Because we were discussing this yesterday, a few years ago, and Professor Korkut had a project like that. The European Union was interested in looking at radicalism, and in many respects, radicalism was connected with Muslim radicalism, and what this could bring to European countries and democracies. After the storm of the Capitol in the USA, they turned to be interested in what they call extremism, without giving a definition of what it is. And in our history, in Greece and in other countries, storming in parliament is a part of radicalism and bringing change in societies. So what are we talking about is a very vague concept. And instead of trying ourselves to define, we should have looked more how people think what is extreme or not. When we were under the memorandums of agreement in the deep Greek crisis, people were obviously trying to storm the parliament in many ways at that point. The second thing I want to comment is about left and right-wing ideological divides. I just want to say that since I've started doing similar research during the era of the crisis in 2014, 13, 14, only 5%, 6%, 10% of participants didn't want to position themselves in the left towards right scale. Now we have 27, if I'm not mistaken, 27% of the sample doesn't want to position themselves. And this is consistent with all countries, and in some countries it's higher than that. So especially countries in areas of conflict and post-communist, like in Bosnia, for example. There is another research that we should do of what it is to be left-wing or what it is to be right-wing, and how you position yourself in such a scale when you are offered this opportunity. That's generally correct.
Time for one question. Last question. Okay, so
Thank you
very much.
We are going to move to the second panel. I will ask Nikos Papakontas from Interalia to join us, and Eleni Taku. And also Professor Pani Kunduri from the Political Science Department of our university, who will moderate this session.
Σε ένα αστικά κείμενο, γιατί έχω πρέπει να έχει. Όχι, θα βρω κάτι το καφέ.
Ξέρω τι έχει.
Κακή.
Γιατί τι κάνετε, γιατί έχουμε κάτι Θέλουμε να στρογάκι για να περάσουμε. Βρήκατε, ωραία.
Είμαστε εδώ στο Ροσβίνο πόλης.
Α, εντάξει, ωραία. Ναι. Είμαι και σε ένα πιο πρέπει. Εγώ για να τελειώσω στο μήνυμα.
Σε κλίκερ.
Εμείς εδώ. Συγγνώμη, αλλά δεν μπορεί να κάνουμε.
Είναι που το λάβει. Δεν χρειάζεται να κάνουμε, απλά δεν φαίνεται. Μισό λεπτάκι.
Α, ωραία. Hello, good morning, everyone. Welcome to panel 2. I'm Fanny Kunturi from the Department of Political Science and History in Pantanion University. And we have two very interesting papers to that relate social and political fragmentation to polarization in Greece and Europe. So we'll start with Xenia Chrysopou and Andrea Himakis. Xenia Chrysopou is professor at the Pantheon University in the Department of Psychology. So the presentation is titled A Methodological Anatomy of the European Social Corpus and its relationship with polarized behaviors. So Xenia, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning again. Thank you for being here, and thank you for all those who are listening to us through the YouTube channel. I hope to explain some of the issues that were raised this morning from Andonis' presentation. And I think that the title I gave to this talk when we started doing it may not represent fully what I'm going to say. But for many years now in our laboratory, we are trying to look at this ideological anatomy of the social corpus in Greece in particular, and now with this project in more countries, and how this could be relate to polarized behaviors, but not only polarized behaviors. As you know, this is part of the Opportune Horizon Europe project, and in particular from the Wide Lens Survey, which stands for worldviews, identifications, disaffection, and extremism. And I will try to give you an account of what happens to these 13 countries. We are 17 partners in this project, but in different countries there may be 2 universities or other organizations, and therefore we have 13 countries participating in this survey. Now, a broad research question was whether disaffection breeds extremism, whether people who feel disaffected with the social order in which they live could become more extremist in their behaviors more generally. And I will come back because the issue will come during the whole day, what extremism is and how we can measure this kind of things. So what I'm going to present to you today, the survey has a lot of questions and other questions that we haven't explored yet, or that we have explored, but we will not present today. So in a sense, our variables is our system justification as explained by Adonis earlier, and perceptions of social mobility, which we categorize initially in this survey as worldviews and perceptions of the social order. However, all our variables, in a sense, are perceptions of the social order. Other variables is what we call anomia, and I have to be careful in front of political scientists how I'm using this word. In a sense, what we measure this is the collapse of the social fabric. People feel that the great problem is corruption, as it was said earlier on, or that people are looking only at themselves and they are not concerned about collective issues. And that the laws are not respected, the constitution is not respected, this kind of questions under the concept of anomic perceptions. Democratic principles, whether, for example, social equality is respected in the country, whether there is accountability of institutions, when different rights are respected in the particular country. Trust in institutions, you have heard that in the previous presentation. Political efficacy, how much people feel that their views matter and they can, in the political system, that they are heard, their concerns are heard, and they can influence the decision-making processes. An interesting variable, which we call freedom of voice or political correctness. We ask people whether they feel that in their everyday interactions they can speak about issues they care without feeling that they should pay attention on how they express these views. And then we had everyday dissatisfaction, which here is turnaround and means satisfaction in relation to their labor, to their profession, to their everyday life, in personal life, and about their neighborhoods, how they live in their communities. And these are the variables that I'm going to use as the variables explaining everyday extremism scale, which is a scale that Antonis has presented now. We'll say a few words later on. And something that we call the polarized views or populism. Basically, whether people feel that politics is a zero-sum game, so if one wins, the other necessarily loses. Whether elections matter, basically whether people feel that elections do not matter because politicians say one thing before the elections and do something else after the election. Whether the politicians' incompetence and corruption brought the decline in our societies, if they are responsible for this decline, and whether a change could come through a strong and capable leader. So speaking about this everyday extremist scale, as Antonis said, it could be a two-factor scale. However, our colleagues from Malta would like us to look at the scale as a unique factor scale, in the sense that it's a weighted scale. It came out through a complex process of weighting each item against itself and in all countries. And here you can see the items that they are more extreme. So deny the opposition's version even if true and claim the opposite even if false, what we call a gaslighting situation. To comment, criticize, and or harass, to provoke angry responses from the opposition that put them in a bad light. And God deals with the content. Submit allegation of misconduct about the opposition if these are untrue. Disrupt a formally organized event to draw attention. So you can see we can comment a lot about whether this is extreme or not and how much extreme is in every different context. And I have to say that disrupt a formally organized event to draw attention is something that has been done and is done by activists. And it's a common also situation in our faculties when students occupy faculties for different reasons, which is now penalized. And then you have items that they are common and accepted, and the usual things that somebody can do to portray their views, actively promote and publish your personal views, vote for candidates that support your views, become active in local politics, or promote events for others to attend. So what they have in common in our setting, and these are behaviors that, as Anthony said, were drawn from Reddit and different other social media. Now, what they have in common is that these are not collective actions in a sense. In an Australian way, it could have been collective actions, but it is actions that you do to promote your views. Not necessarily to promote a group view or identity or claims, as we usually say in collective action. What we did then is to, Andonis has presented a variable-oriented approach. What I'm going to present is a person-oriented approach. So we use these variables. I'm going to go back for a second. The variables that are within the blue square to categorize, to classify people in terms of these beliefs, on how they answered in these beliefs, to construct clusters in relation to the whole beliefs, because of course, people are more complex than one variable, okay? So they have different beliefs that they are connected with each other. And so we wanted to create clusters with using the blue square beliefs and trying to explain the yellow square beliefs after these clusters. Now I'm going back to this. We used so the K-means approach to cluster people in relation to these beliefs. Following the research that I have been doing for some time now, when far right, extreme right, started to develop in Greece in the times of the crisis, where I was looking at how which are the people that they could be more inclined to follow this kind of beliefs. Which I call them betrayed believers for different reasons, which I'm not going to explain, but we can come back to this discussion. So for each country that you see here present of the Whiteland survey, I've asked for 3 clusters. And you can see that we got these 3 clusters, and they, I'm not going to give you details from each country, but we can discuss it later on if you are interested. For each country, we could find some people that are system believers and who justify the system, and they felt that things are going well within our societies. System disaffected, which I called them in the beginning challengers of the system, which is not true, so I've changed the wording to talk about disaffection, and those who are in between them, which we call them the moderates one. This was true for all our countries except 2. Cyprus, where we only had 2 clusters. 3 clusters, the 3rd cluster had only 12 individuals, which was not a good clustering. So Cyprus is a case apart. However, in what you will see, they are going towards the same direction. And Malta, which I'm sorry, Gordon, if you are following this discussion, is a case apart. It's not easy to understand what is happening in Malta. And this says something about how context matters in our research. But I will come back to these countries later in the presentation. I'm going to focus on the Greek data because we are in Greece, and also our colleagues here have done research in Greece. But I will give you also an idea of what is happening to all the other countries. What is happening in Greece in terms of the clustering is common to all other countries with these two exceptions. The data are very, very similar, it's frighteningly similar to our countries. So, what are the system believers? System believers are those who justify more the system than the other two groups. They are, and I want to draw your attention to this because this could be an interesting point for discussion. They both believe that there is the opportunity of individual mobility in our country, but also that this mobility is also blocked and restrained. If you look at the system disaffected people, they do believe that mobility is blocked, and they do not believe that mobility is open. So they feel that these things are not, it seems to be more logical to think that way. System believers in all countries score high on both these dimensions. Then you have, they believe that democratic principles are upheld more than the others. They trust institutions, they feel politically efficacious, but they also feel that they have to restrain themselves when they talk about political issues, that they have to follow political correctness there. They might want to say more things than they do. And they are those who are more satisfied in their everyday life. Whereas the disaffected, these are the people who feel that societies are losing, the social fabric is lost in our societies. They feel that mobility is restrained, but they also feel, and in many countries in the same respect than the system believers, that they do not voice their views freely. And that this constraint comes from societal issues, not they do not have the opportunity to voice it because they will go to prison or whatever these kind of things. So then, if you look at our outcome variables, consistently in every single country, including Cyprus, as I said, Malta is different, but not in Kosovo as well. These system believers, more than the other two groups, are scoring higher in this everyday extremism scale. And they also feel that politics is a zero-sum game, so they have to win. When they speak about politics, they care about winning themselves. It's an antagonistic relationship. Of course, they feel this more than the others. The scales are 7-point scales, so if you want to look at the mean scores. However, the system disaffected are those who believe that elections do not matter because politicians say one thing before and do something else after that. And also that politicians' incompetence and corruption brought society in this decline. And you can see on the 7-point scale, the mean score is 6.16, is quite high. This is for the Greek, as I said, results, but we can find the same thing in many countries. The interesting thing that I put in blue is that for Greece and for other countries as well, there is no difference between our groupings in relation to the strong leader. They all think that a strong leader could be a solution for bringing change. In some countries, it's only the system believers who do that. This is why I'm quite thinking that the left wing and right wing divide doesn't apply here. Okay, and For scientific reasons, this is very interesting. For social reasons, this is very frightening. To give you an idea of what I was saying, in every country, you have here the everyday excellence scale, and the yellow part is the countries that score higher in everyday extremism scale. So you can see almost all countries except Cyprus, that there is no difference, and Kosovo, that the difference is quite weird in a sense. But all Malta is included in these findings. The Maltese, who are system believers, are also scoring higher in everyday extremism. Whereas if you look at elections do not matter, you have the other. More countries score higher for the system disaffected people, except Germany, who are the system believers, that they do so. If you look at politicians, corrupted politicians that have brought the decline of society, again, is the system disaffected, but mostly believe this, except for Germany again and Portugal. And I have to say that Turkey, I forgot to say that these items were not included in the Turkish questionnaire because our colleagues there thought that people would feel awkward replying to these questions. A capable leader, the story is not clear because in some countries there is no difference between, like in Greece, for example, in Cyprus, is not clear, or in other countries like Serbia, both the disaffected and the believers are going to the same direction in relation to the moderates, the moderate ones. So we need, I think, strong leadership is an issue that we need to look more carefully in the future and try to disentangle what makes people believe or not to this strong leader. And finally, politics as a zero-sum game. You can see again, as I said before, that in most countries, except Cyprus again, and the UK, where both believers and system disaffected feel this polarization, that politics is a polarized issue. And Malta, that, as I said, we need to look at more carefully, because also I do not have the background to understand. I can make only hypotheses of why this happens in Malta. And I'm sure that our colleagues and our Maltese colleagues will help us in the future to understand better what is happening. So, to summarize these findings, I would say that in most countries, we observe these three groupings based on people's perceptions of the state of the social order, the system believers, the disaffected, and the moderates. And I would like to draw your attention in three variables here, which are the system justification, which consistently is higher for system believers, the social mobility issue and the issue of why the system believers believe both that boundaries between groups are open and they can have individual mobility, but at the same time that they can't, or that this is blocked. And this variable about voice and politically correctness. And I think that in many respects, what we saw in the United States and in other countries, and all this discussion about woke culture and people's rights may also be connected to this feeling that parts of the population feel that they cannot say what exactly they believe, so being racist or less inclusive. And this has impact on their behaviors. The system believers are those that agree more with the everyday extremist behavior and see politics as a competitive game. The system disaffected are those more disaffected by the political situation, elections, and politicians. And viewing a capability as a solution does not always vary among these groupings. So I think that looking at the person-oriented approach corroborated a little bit the findings that Adonis has presented earlier on, that people who believe in the system tend to accept everyday extremism, behaviors that promote one's view while disregarding others, that dissatisfaction with the political system increases the likelihood of endorsing populist rhetoric, assigning responsibility for societal decline to politicians, and eroding faith in electoral processes. And strong leadership seems to be viewed as a solution by most groupings. And my caution and food for thought is, of course, the definition of everyday extremism. We touched upon this in the previous discussion. And also that context matters. So yes, we want to find out social psychological processes that apply in different situations, but also we need to have an understanding of the context to be able to explain the results. I would like also to say that social mobility is an important variable, and we need to look at it. Just to let you know that in a variable-oriented approach in the data we had with Adonis, we analyzed in all countries almost social mobility, blocked social mobility goes directly towards everyday extremism without any mediation of any of our variables, with little differences between countries. A question that I'm raising is whether system justification and disaffection are different paths for Tina, for the belief that there is no alternative in our societies. And finally, to raise the question whether democracy is at risk and from whom. And in fact, what is the social representation of democracy? What do we mean about democracy and what people mean about democracy? And hopefully, if the European Union is kind enough, it will give us again with Umut the opportunity to do this research and find out what democracy means to people and how inequality could bring change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Xenia, for this contribution. It's very useful. And I invite now Eleni Tarku and Nikos Papakostas. Both are from Interalia. Nikos is co-founder of Interalia, and Eleni is consultant. Interalia, they are going to present the hidden tribes of a homogeneous society.
Thank you. It's not, but I think this one is enough, no? Isn't it? Okay, great. So yeah, I'm very happy to be here, and thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very happy to present the hidden tribe research with Eleni. Actually, Eleni is going to present the research, but I decided to also join because this is a very special place for me. It is the place where I did my bachelor's and the first years of my studies. So whenever I get a chance to visit again this halls, I eagerly do it. And I'm very happy to do so as a co-founder of Interalia. Interalia is a civil society organization that was established in 2013 with very little ambition, to be honest, and very little aspiration, just out of despair of three young people who saw very little life prospects and decided to try and do something about it. Without a particular plan or expertise, but out of love and care and affection for what we want to change and what we want to see in the world. And being here in this hall, I think it is a proof mostly that the kind of determination and collective action and comradeship can bring things forward and can make important things happen. And just because you are a quite young audience, I get the opportunity to do so, to invite you to try out, to fail better, and so on and so forth. About Inter alia, just a couple of words and why we took up this hidden tribes research. One important reason is that we are always on the intersection of things, because we believe that in order to be able to think critically and be able to think radically about things, you need to be at the intersection and keep your eyes at many different sides. So we are at the intersection of education, of advocacy, of policy, and at the same time of culture and arts. And at the same time, as our team is made of social science, so people from the soft sciences, let's call it like this, we always take up opportunities to take up challenging projects such as these hidden tribes. Hidden tribes was first presented in 2018 on a different field, in a different context, mainly emphasizing on the refugee reception crisis of back in 2015 and 2016. Eleni was the first time that we met, and she presented it in a conference. And since then we were committed to using again this methodology, using these research tools, and trying to figure out what's going on. And the reason that, or get a glimpse of what is going on in Greece in a very complex national environment, but also in a very complex international environment. I have a friend, my friend Michalis. I talked to him yesterday on the phone, and he's like a typical pro-EU liberal person. He registers in the values of enlightenment and so on and so forth. He always says so. And then at the same time, he's quite skeptical towards same-sex marriage. He's against, he's kind of anti-Muslim. At the same time, yesterday, I was talking to him, and he said, Putin in Russia, it's not such a terrible thing he's doing. I mean, it's a normal warfare. And I was shocked. I was shocked. And these are cases that come up and will come up more and more often, because things are much more complicated than the range of left-wing, right-wing, which gave us some kind of orientation in life. But at the same time, it's not enough to fulfill what is going on today. In Greece, in a country which is tortured and very tired from 25 or 15 or 20 years of consecutive crisis, of this poly crisis, it's a very good case study. All these complications led us to try out, and with the support of Social Change Initiative, a foundation in Ireland, to do this study. The study was led by Vasiliki Georgiadou, an academic here from Pantheon University, Yannis Konstantinidis, and Anastasia Kafe, who, along with a team of young scholars and researchers, put together some very interesting findings. A final word that I want to share with you is another intersection, is this intersection between our work as researchers and our work as advocacy agents. So we believe that research should be well connected to civil society, it should be well connected to the people, even out on the streets, to activism and to all kinds of collective actions. And this is why we consider very important such spaces, not just for the academic discussion. I understand that this is an academic context, but always we need to keep an eye on what's going on out there and how these results could inform our actions, change things, to make things more sustainable and more fair. Eleni, get the floor here. Just for the...
Next.
I have to say, with Eleni, we met ages ago in other contexts, working for the Fundamental Rights Agency of the European Union. In another life, right? In another life. Who had an observatory here in Greece, and we work for this observatory in order to see how rights are implemented.
Yes. And so
when it opens. Hello, everybody. My name is Eleni. Thank you, Mikos, and thank you, Sana, for the invitation. And thank you for moderating this panel. The idea is that I present maybe the findings of the research. Of course, it will be just a glimpse of what's in the research. Everything is online, so you can find the Identities website as well. And what's the story behind this kind of research? On the one hand, we see what is. Oh,
It's not okay.
there's not okay. Sorry, did I do something? Okay. We're running live, guys. No worries. This is happening in studios. It's okay now.
No, I like to accept that.
Okay. Sharing. Oggi tanto avevi sapete parlare di uso del gioco.
How many social scientists are needed?
As far as I'm concerned, many.
Portugal is less. Propose the less about
We don't see this.
Oh, so I'll try to be brief because I'm also aware of the time. The idea behind this kind of research is that because we are practitioners, so we don't come from the academia, mostly we come from civil society. And what we see increasingly is that there's a polarization, an increasing polarization in societies, but at the same time, when we're talking to people, things are a bit more nuanced. Let's say we talk to people with contradictory views who are more open to listening to our cause if it's communicated properly. So in this context, we have to understand what's going on, and this is one of the research that tries to do that. So we try to understand how people position themselves in core values, in basic values, in core beliefs. And the aim is to understand what they see for the future about democratic participation in order to provide proper messaging. I'm saying that because, yes, this is a research done by academics, but the way it is structured afterwards is also a tool for communication and advocacy purposes. And this is why at the end, some things will be a bit different, not in the terms of the findings, but on how we try to deliver the personas of the people that we want to communicate to. So some findings first. We did this research trying to assess the core beliefs and values of the Greek people. It was 1,500 questionnaires in a number of issues, one of which, the most important, of course, is national identity and their attitudes towards migration and refugees. And what we see from the findings, okay, so it's visible, thank God. What we see is that there is a common belief that we have, there are many migrants here and maybe we cannot take more, and all this narrative around migrants like coming here and taking advantage of the capacity of the Greek state. At the same time, things are a bit more nuanced when it comes to the possibility of migrants and refugees becoming a part of the communities. So there is a more, because we do this research also in number of years and number of times, and we see that things are better in this sense. And the sense that a foreigner can be embedded in the Greek community has become easier during the past years. It also has to do with, the 2015 begins and the fact that a lot of people were obliged to come in contact with foreigners. But what is interesting in terms of identity is that in general, Greek people seem to perceive themselves as having what I would call it, it's not academic, let's say term, a closed identity. So they feel that they are Greeks, they feel that it should be difficult for somebody else to become Greek, and at the same time, they themselves do not feel as part of the European community. So you see the fourth chart, which is I feel more European than Greek. There is fundamental like disagreement there, strong disagreement there. So the Greeks tend to feel more Greeks than Europeans, which is also related to the development to the recession and to how people feel that Europe has treated us in general. So there is all sorts of reasons to be attributed to this point. And this is another part of the chart that we have in the research. What we see here is that there's a relative symmetry in some opinions. At the same time, what we see is that when it comes to individual rights, there is more openness. So, for example, you see that, for example, there is an agreement that most foreigners come here and are actually economic migrants and refugees. So that there is this narrative that people come here to take advantage of the welfare system in Greece. But at the same time, the same people, when it comes to their right to have a worship place, there's a much bigger openness when it comes to this kind of questions. We also try to measure a series of social issues, and what we see is a very rigid stance when it comes to security, that criminality has to be punished very severely, that strict repressive measures must be used against people who destroy other people's property. So in general, the security part and the being hard on crime part is something very prevalent in the findings that we have. Where we see, again, some steps forward, let's say, is when it comes to individual rights, either related to gender or related to LGBTQI communities. So when it comes to the same-sex rights, for example, things are much more open. But this is something very important because all these things come under an umbrella where things have to be strict and we have to be rigid against deviations in the society, with something that should also be taken into consideration. You see, for example, the finding about the death penalty. There's a 30% of the population of the sample that are actually fully agree with the death penalty being reinstated.
According to the previous part of the research, it presented the finding by Echelon research that was very consistent.
Yeah, these are the same.
Something
So I think these are all very consistent to what, yes, other research finds as well. This is an interesting slide, and again, this is just a glimpse of what the whole research has, but it talks a lot on how people form their views and how contradictory they can be when we actually try to support them. So what we did is a kind of method experiment. So throughout the sample, we had one question that was divided. Half of the sample was asked the same question, but with regards to Greece, and half of the sample was asked the same question with regards to Hungary, without the one knowing what the other was asked that question. What we call the ometri manner, I don't know how to translate that. It's like so you see
between samples design.
Yes, exactly. Yes. So the double standards, yes. So I mean, I'm sure I've also been in Pantheon, so I'm sure you're all aware of all this discussion about human rights violations at the border zones, when migrants and refugees enter the territory. So the half of the sample was asked whether financial sanctions should be imposed if Greece violates living conditions of asylum seekers, and the second half of the sample was asked whether financial sanctions should be imposed on Hungary if Hungary fails to comply on conditions of asylum seekers. And you see that there is well, not extreme differentiation, but it is quite high in the sense that definitely support for Greece was 13%, for Hungary was 30%. And then for me, BA support in Greece was 37%, for Hungary it was 43%. So it's a kind of double standards on when Europe should be yeah, should force a heavy hand on imposing sanctions. This is very much related to what Sam discussed before about the strong leader. So there was a question about, because we have been measuring that also in several research throughout the years, and we had a question on many argue that the problems of modern democracy could be solved if a strong leader took power, would make decisions alone without fear of the cost. And there is a lot of agreement there. So and I think that it is kind of also divided all this the same way that it was in the research you presented earlier. So I mean this speaks a lot to how much people are pro authoritarian solutions because of the anxiety that they feel in their everyday life. And I do echo what Xenia shared before, that this is an issue that should be distinctively studied also, not with regards to the traditional axis of right and left that we use. This speaks a bit to the stereotyping. This is not so, this does not come so much as a surprise to people working in the field. So this is, we asked the question and we had a list of, let's say, let's say how to call it politically correct, not politically correct, to which category you would not like to be your neighbor. And the main group was drug addicts. The second group was family around family. And then it goes to a couple members of far-right organizations. So you see the correlation, I mean, you see how it goes. And it's interesting because some things are surprising, some things are not. It's interesting how people feel when it comes to the safety they perceive to have when it comes to their communities and their neighborhoods. These are some of the findings before we go into what we call the hidden traps. So we did first the quantitative analysis, and then we took the analysis and we do a classification into these tribes based on their positions and behaviors. So there was a clustering analysis there, quite typical clustering analysis. And then we ended up doing focus groups with each cluster in order to deep dive deeper, sorry, in what's it dive a bit deeper in their core values and beliefs. Why we're doing that is because, again, this is part of the efforts of civil society to draw personas, because these personas are needed when we're trying to do our messaging and communication. So this is a tool that has both two legs. The one leg is the data itself, but on the other hand, is part of a methodology that we call narrative change. And it's an effort to understand what middle segments of the population in this country believe, so that we can then design our communication and advocacy efforts more sufficient, more effective. So I'm saying that because when it comes to personas, of course, there is some kind of generalization. It's not that you see something and it's written in stone after here. There are personas that we use mostly in order to help us do our work. The measures that we issued throughout the research is immigration, national identity, rights and self relationships, environment and climate crisis, Greece's place in the world, and political behavior. And we came up with five tribes. One tribe is what we call the reactionary conservatives. So these are mostly males, sorry guys, mostly voting for the far right, going through, this goes horizontally in all ages. And it's a concise group of people who have a very strong ideological orientation, a closeness when it comes to the Greek identity. You see the main issues are anti-migrant stances, rejection of political correctness, distrust of the state of the institutions. I'm sure at some point this can ring a bell. You can. I do feel that everybody from inside can have a person in mind that correlates to this group.
Family dinners.
Family dinners, all this paranoia that we'll have to go through. Then we have the conservatives. Mostly boomers and Gen X, both for right wing but also center sometimes. And the conservatives move between traditional and openness. So it's a more open group. They have reference to the need of order, security, and social cohesion. But it's a bridge between the reactionary conservatives and the other population that we were trying to target. Then we have the balancers, high concentration in Gen Z, which is interesting, I think. So, a sociological point of view, that the younger generation, because we were measuring adults, so it's interesting. I'm just telling you because you're the expert, just thinking out loud now, but it's interesting that the younger generation tends to have more balancing, let's say, stances. So their views appear mainly as attempts to balance between extremes and are characterized by logical consistency without strong emotional charge. So they're trying to do what and express what is more fair and to balance between the extremes. We have the progressive activists who are mostly millennials, so we are to blame for this part. Mostly left-wing voters and mostly, yes, you have it. So as one can understand, but this is also alarming because we see all that and we say, yeah, it's us, the people who have university degrees, who are in this phase of having hopes for our lives. So it's also interesting that there is a concentration of these characteristics in this category. And then we have the Resign. The Resign is a very big group. It's very important. They have an intergenerational profile. It's mostly women. It's mostly the women who will not vote. And they are it's dynamic when it comes to how they express the feelings, because this is something that we also measure, because again, we do that in order to communication. So we have to see which of the people would go in, for example, in TikTok and do the video, or go into Instagram and comment on the video. So this is the population that would least express themselves, because they mostly resign, they have a cynicism towards everything. So these are the basic characteristics. I'll just go through very, very quickly to show you an example of what this looks like when it comes to immigration national identity, one of the issues that we measured. Because we do the groupings, we have the personas, and then we take the findings of the focus group with the messages expressed there to try and then see in the laboratory of communication people how we can message in a way that appeals to these people. So this is a summary of the key motives for migration and national identity when it comes to each group. This is the key motives of the reactionary conservatives. So you see, foreigners are a threat, there's a racial invasion, they are, of course, the people expressing most this idea about a great replacement, that there is a hidden conspiracy theory of replacing populations, etc. Then we have the conservatives who again have those feelings, but they are more open on a practical point of view. So we have to accept immigration. We don't like it, but we have to accept it. But there have to be limits on how many people enter the territory and what they do here. They have to work. So they reject the rhetoric of invasion. There is a rhetoric more of instrumentalization. Then we have the balancers. They accept that migrants, of course, work in positions that the Greeks cannot. But immigration should not be uncontrolled. There's a distinction between good and problematic migrants. So you see, they make the bridge with the more open segment. The more open segment is the progressive activists, where there's a clear difference in rhetoric. they acknowledge the fact that people do not come here because they want to, but because there are wars in their countries, and the root causes and all this distinction between what happens on the ground and what the root causes of the phenomenon are. And then we have the resigned, the people that in any case, they generally in any problem, people say, I don't care anyway because I don't have a strong opinion because what Greek means anyway. I mean, I'm a Greek, but I don't get anything out of it. So the people who feel left behind and this way to draw in their resignation. And so these are the main findings. I know some things might resonate better if you check on Interradio's website, the whole research, because there are 90 pages of that if you have the time. But again, what we see, and I'll close with that, just food for thought, when it comes to communicating issues, and I'm closing with that, with Michalis and all the people that we have, that we would say that the one thing that they say contradicts the other. So this is a thing, migration. This is something that we can analyze academic-wise, but when it comes to communicating with people, that doesn't mean anything. People feel entitled to have contradictory views, and actually, when you point it out, you come out as being very posh. So the idea is that we have the basis of research because we need to have this research. But then when it comes to the civil society, it's also how to translate this research into actionable advocacy and communication points. Thank you also for the.
Thank you very much, Lady Nikos, for this presentation. And now we have 10 minutes from taken from the.
We will take
from the break.
and have a break now, and you're all welcome to have a coffee and something to eat. But we will take a few minutes from this break, and we will come back at 1 o'clock after the break to hear Professor Gilles Brackwell, who will talk about, and we are very pleased to have her here. So we will give time, and we will keep the time. But I don't want to constrain comments or questions. And again, for the students amongst us, you can say something in Greek, and we will translate it.
Yes.
Μου έκανε εντύπωση, μου έκανε εντύπωση ότι η Gen Z είναι balancers, προσπαθούν να εξισορροπήσουν κάπως τα πράγματα. Το ίσως δεν πρέπει να μου δώσει μια ξεκάθαρη απάντηση, αλλά πιστεύουμε ότι αυτό είναι επειδή διατηρούν μια απολυτική στάση ή για κάποιον άλλο λόγο.
Gather your questions and then we take them. So, give your professional here.
Thank you. I'm really interested in the issue of the hidden identities, the hidden tribes. I think it's fascinating. I have a very simple question. Do you ever tell the people who are in a particular tribe that you regard them as being in that tribe?
Is there another question? Yes. Here.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to answer the question, but I'm not expecting a response. So
This time.
Thank you. I mean, when I'm a political scientist by training. I studied in Hungary. That's where I wrote my PhD at Central Europe University, at the end of the 90s. And when I was doing my PhD, the most important thing was like historical legacies and how they would affect democratic consolidation, right? And when I'm looking at your findings, and when I look into what you're talking about Greece, I mean, I see that these historical legacies, they don't matter whatsoever. So, you replace Turkey and Greece in terms of what you're finding, with the exception of two issues. The first thing is Europe, because in Turkey it doesn't matter any longer. And the other one is homosexuality, because in Turkey it's not talked about. You would have exactly the same results. And this is despite the fact that Greece is well advanced in democratic consolidation than Turkey at the moment. So then what would be the importance of democracy here? I don't really see it. Okay, I don't have the Turkish results, so I can't really tell you like a sophisticated outlook from Turkey, but that's what would be my assumption. The other thing is I'm looking at Xenia's results, and then there's a wide gap in terms of democratic consolidation from Kosovo to Sweden, right? And then like UK, let's say, to Turkey. But then I mean, there's somehow convergence in terms of your findings. Then once again, what is the importance of institutions? As Antonis was presenting in the morning, but I'm not expecting a response. I mean, this is something that we can just keep discussing about in the afternoon.
There, you can take one there. Did you raise your hand? No. Okay, so let's start from Eleni.
Rest of the Gen I'll try to give a response, also having the privilege of having watched the focus groups. So it was a representative, it was a sample, but again, there were people representing the specific cluster there. I think it's both. And if I would put more the basis on one, it has to do with the Gen Z being the only one of the generations that we studied on a generational level that has not been raised with the assumption that their lives would be better than the parents. So they were raised within the crisis. They know that all the previous generations have fucked their lives up, sorry. So in this way, they also use what we got as a feeling from the focus groups, but also when we see people that are not politicized, this would not be a second parameter. It would be a parameter within the first, which is that it is a generation that feels more disengaged by big ideas, because they've heard that the big idea didn't go very well for their life, didn't very well. So but again, this is a feeling we have after the focus groups and what we studied. In terms of the tribes, no, in the sense that this is a work we're doing. This is the kitchen, let's say, the laboratory before we go into doing the messaging part. So before the campaigning and all that. I mean, talking with friends, I have said that, yeah, we did the research and look, you would be here, and that would be kind of it. But they said, no, we don't, when we do the work after the research, it's not evident that this work, this communication work targets this specific segment.
But we also had this, we did this quiz that we used some of the questions, some of the questions of the research. And it was more like a teaser for people to go and read further the research, where you could see in which tribe you would belong to in this case. And there were some surprising findings there. So I just wanted to contribute to the question about the Gen Z. What other research indicates is that that this generation is much more interested in, it is interested in several political issues, but not the ones that were considered maybe more relevant in the previous generations. And this is not something that is consistent with our findings. And on this note, I wanted to highlight something which is connected to social research in general, if I may. And this is that we don't get the full picture, and we were not even close to getting the full picture. We get a representative sample, our sample was representative on scholarly standards and so on. At the same time, I think that there is a segment of the population who doesn't speak, who doesn't communicate, who doesn't express, who doesn't appear in the public sphere. to respond to questionnaires or to do anything else. Also, I think that these resigners segment of the population, I don't know, they seem to be very politicized people who are boiling inside, as many of us do, but they don't have the outlets to express, or they don't have the context to express their indignation. So in that sense, I think there needs to be further research as to this segment of the population that doesn't appear. In the last elections, there was almost 50%, in cases even higher than 50% of abstention. These people are not researched. Political parties don't care about these people. They prefer to leave them be and then go and try their luck in the 40% that go and vote. And this is the people who are mostly appearing themselves in the research and the research results as well. This is an issue, I think, in general, and we need to tackle this in the further research from the academic, but also from the civil society side.
Can I say I want to say two things about Gen Z. I think I would agree with the comments that were made, that they are not apolitical. There is nobody is apolitical. Whatever we do has political issues. It's just when you claim to be apolitical, it means something. We have a final year dissertation working in our lab on what Gen Z believes. So maybe we have the opportunity to talk about this later in the year. But it's interesting you ask this question, because I guess you are part of Gen Z, so it's a matter of identity, and it would be an interesting thing to have this after the Glenis's talk about identities. The other thing I want to say is that there is a concept in social psychology very well known, which is called cognitive polyphagia, which is that people are not, there is no equilibrium in our thinking, that we can hold different views at the same time and be very happy about this and sane. So when we have this in individuals like that, then we need to see how we can balance when we talk to them. And at the same time, something I'm saying you must have heard me saying this, that there is also cognitive polyphagia in the social corpus. The social corpus is not homogeneous. That's why we have all these hidden tribes, or not so hidden at the end of the day. And when whoever tells you that the social corpus is homogeneous, it means that he talks or she talks from a position of power and wants to establish a hegemony, to tell this is how people feel, this is what people think, this is something that as social scientists we need to contradict, be critical about, and counteract with this. Let's have something to refresh ourselves, and please come back at 1 o'clock, because we have people following us from outside, so we need not to keep them waiting for us and for this talk.
Έγραφα registration έξω, για όποιον θέλει να υπογράψει τώρα και φεύγοντας μετά, για να λάβετε μια βεβαίωση συμμετοχής, αν θέλετε. Ήρθαν αργότερα στην ξεκινήσει και δεν το έκαναν έξω στο τραπεζάκι.
rights and the importance she gave to the study of identity, but also as a mentor in academic life. Linis authored in 1985 The Quiet Rebel, Women at Work in a Man's World, which I believe is a must-read and unfortunately always relevant. I am delighted that she could join us for this collab, and I look forward to listening to what she has to say about the significance of identity, resilience, and conceptual groups for sociopolitical engagement. Please join me to welcome Dame Linis Breakfast.
Can I first of all say, I regard it to be a real privilege to be here with you this afternoon. I've learned a lot this morning, and I have great respect for the people who have been producing such complex, difficult to understand data in very important area. So, I came along thinking I would talk about identity. Because there was an identity in the title of the workshop. Less has been talked about in relation to identity during the course of the morning. It's been tangential to the issues that are normally addressed by identity. So I'm going to give you an antidote to the absence of identity, and I hope you'll bear with me. I'm not going to focus on my own empirical research. I think that Xenia has already overloaded you with illustrations of things that you can go and read that I've written in the past. So I think that I don't want to go back into that. What I'm going to do is to present you with some ideas that I think are relevant to the work of the very impressive research program that is a foundation for this workshop. Incidentally, I am aware that some of you will be very familiar with some of the issues I will be addressing. I hope it will not be too old hat or boring as a consequence. I also hope that it will stimulate some ideas, both for new research and for the interpretation of existing data. And I think that's what a keynote address should actually be about, rather than somebody pontificating about their own research. No one doing that. I'm going to focus the presentation particularly on how people are influenced by, first of all, conceptual grouping. I'm using inverted commas with conceptual grouping as a concept in itself. And in addition to conceptual grouping, by their own level of identity resilience when dealing with personal threat or public crises. Some of the coping strategies people deploy against threat and even crises are significant in shaping their socio-political engagement. Some are an important foundation for involvement in political extremism, and I would like to illustrate how that happens as we go through the presentation. However, I want to start by emphasising that accounting for individual differences in socio-political engagement requires different levels of analysis to be used. I found Willem was, who was a professor of social psychology and development psychology in Geneva, and a great man, great theorist, a great humanist as well. And he highlighted for the first time in social psychological circles the relevance of multiple levels of analysis in social psychological thinking. I use what is now called the levels of analysis framework. And you will not be surprised when I say that it has the acronym of LOAF, LOAF. And so if you get the people talking to you on public communication anywhere, and start talking about the loaf that they've purchased lately and they're using, it might not be the bread that you think it is. So to organise hypothesis building and testing, it helps to think in terms of the levels of analysis framework. Now, having said that, I'm going to try to show you a diagram. Hang on.
If you press that, you will change. No?
It hasn't changed yet, but I'm going to try again. Is it that one or is it that one?
Just.
Yes, yeah. It's not there, is it? Is it? With you, yeah. I've decided that he's the most important person in this room. And that's been all very so, the low figure that you see is meant to illustrate how there are different levels of analysis that can be used from the physical, stroke, environmental, and societal to the intrapersonal. And I think that it's worthwhile thinking in terms of the example that is embedded in this slide. I'm really conscious that I'm using an example that I've been doing research on for the last few years because it's to do with the COVID-19 pandemic. And what we were trying to do in a multinational study was to establish how you could predict what you needed to know in order to predict how people took action to protect themselves. The biggest being, of course, the use of vaccination. And since it was a very hot topic, it was not very difficult to get a very large amount of research money to do the work. And I really would like to thank all of the collaborators that I had in that project. The figure itself focuses upon the willingness to take the vaccination, but it would work just as well if we were interested in explaining willingness to follow social isolation moves and rules and engagement, or indeed in the unruly protests which emerged in some countries against the vaccination process itself. I like the loaf approach because it militates against single theory explanations of complex social action. And for me, it's an antidote to explaining everything in terms of identity processes. I have to say, it's tempting to explain everything in terms of identity processes. But when I look at this, I know that that's wrong. Yes, identity processes, you will note, identity processes are in the bottom right-hand side of the, yeah, you with me there. Can I just point my pen because otherwise I'm. Yeah, so that one, yeah. And that's the sort of thing that I've always been very, very interested in, you know, and I'll come back to that in a minute. But look, also, you really have to understand the individual's immediate past behaviour, past action. It's not good enough to know this stuff. you have to know that stuff as well, because it changes what people do. Similarly, you have to understand more about beliefs and about value systems and so on simultaneously, because they impinge directly upon what the identity processes are going to be doing in the meantime. Am I labouring this point too much? I probably am. But I saw this morning how important it was to the project that we've been talking about to get a levels of analysis approach, which is why I'm really emphasising it this afternoon. And I think understanding the physical and environmental context, both contemporaneously, but also with a historical perspective, is very important as well. So you move down from these meta levels right the way down and through the intrapsychic to the actual behaviour. I'm hoping that some of you will have seen the loaf model in various places. If you haven't and you're interested, I can make sure that the diagram is available. You don't have to take photographs now if you don't want to. Okay, but seriously, if you were to look at the research methods in psychology, which has been published now by Sage, and it's going into its 6th edition in the autumn of next year, and of course, I should say that Bonnie is one of the key authors in that thing I'm doing now. I'm trying to get you to buy it, of course, when it appears. But the research methods in psychology book has a very clear description of what happens with the levels of analysis. Okay. So there are 2 areas within the levels of analysis that emerge that I want to focus on then. One is the emphasis on ideological pressures, processes, which I think you've been talking about already. And you've focused already within the project on the notion of ideological identity, which I think is a vital concern. So the first is that work on ideology. It leads you then to think about conceptual groups. So I'm going to focus on conceptual groups. That's that box takes you to conceptual groups. And of course, I've already said, you need to talk about identity processes or you're missing the trick. So can I first of all then talk to you about our conceptual groups? Right. Okay. Conceptual groups. Arguments about what constitutes a group have been, the argument has had a venerable tradition within social psychology. Until relatively recently, social psychologists largely adopted a sociological definition of group, which involves a number of people gathered together to achieve particular ends, necessitating the growth of objective social structures and communication. I am quoting, I would not have dared say that ad lib. I am quoting Sharif, great group theorist, in 1966, when he explained that was what groups were about. However, by the late 1970s, research showed that quite arbitrary categorization, where the individual is ascribed a membership where there is no goal to achieve, no knowledge of other group members, and no communication with them, will motivate group allegiance and shape action. And I bet everybody in this room knows that the people who did that were the people who did the experiments on minimal groups. These were real laboratory type experiments on minimal groups. And the people who did it, well, the person who really did it was John Turner, and the people who got to write about it was Turner and Tashford. So I think it's a really important development in the way in which we think about groups once they've shown that the minimal group could show that individuals need only to believe that a group exists for it to influence their behaviour. At least functionally, groups can exist without what have been considered in the past essential ingredients, without social structural reference or indeed explicit criteria for membership. These sorts of groups have been called conceptual groups because ultimately they exist primarily within the belief system or conceptual system of the individual who gets to be categorized. Some of you might have been interested in the question that I asked about colleagues earlier today about whether, in terms of hidden tribes, they had gone to those people and firstly told them whether they were or not in a particular tribe, or whether they thought they were in a tribe. It's that what's happening in that piece of work, interestingly, is directly about conceptual grouping. And you can use some of the conceptual group theory to understand what's happening in the findings subsequently. I began to be interested in conceptual groups outside of the laboratory experiments. I should point out that my PhD supervisor was Henri Tachevelle, and I was working in the laboratory at the same time that the minimal groups were ongoing. So it's actually not surprising that I got really interested in conceptual groups. I was interested because I noticed that they are regularly used in the advertising to influence purchaser behaviour, particularly with regard to brand allegiance. For instance, I was intrigued by the sales campaign that created the group, the Ansell's Bitter Men. Anybody know what a bitter is? Well, in England, were you in England at this point, you would know that it was a beer, and a particularly weak, nasty tasting, metallic tasting beer. And I don't think they sell it anymore. But what happened in the 1970s, 80s is that the company Ansell's Brewery that made this bitter actually created the Ansell's Bitter Man. And they described anybody who had anything to do with their drink as a particular type of man. And they did that by all sorts of campaigns. You had these beautiful photographs of these very handsome young men with other very handsome young men drinking the bitter. Right? Without very seriously whether any of them actually ever did drink the bitter. But it gave men who were drinking bitter the opportunity to see themselves as part of a group, part of a conceptual group. Another tactic is to offer the chance to belong to a group with a message, people like you are changing too. This type of cigarette, that type of trainer, this type of something or other. But basically, it's people like you. You won't be like these people, they are like you. You'll be doing this. And offering a positive self-image at the same time that you offer this new categorization is also part of the thing. So in hotel marketing, I've noticed people are urged to join the 5-star guest community. Yeah. I think this entails paying a lot more for the bed that you sleep in, but it is really something. It's to create the community. There's so much to do with conceptual groups that I think I might try to get another slide on. Yeah. So, to be short and brief about what they are, conceptual groups can be a product of intentional or accidental categorization. I've been talking about intentional categorization, but it can happen accidentally, and it can happen through the sort of research that says, well, these sorts of people cluster together in their patterns. Yeah? There wasn't any intention to create a conceptual group, was there? No, but the truth is that once that is developed, the entity, the category exists, and has the potential to then influence behavior, especially if the criteria associated with the group is explicit and are explicit. The category then focuses and influences cognition and behavior. And there's no need to assume anything so complex as a common belief system or attempts to unite in action on the part of those subsumed by the category, since no common goal actually exists, unless arbitrarily it's assigned by the category creator. Any interaction with others assigned to the category is unnecessary, at least not simply in order to verify group membership. Yet membership always has two facets, the psychological and the social. The social, because the act of categorization relies on some element of exclusion as well as inclusion, hence the in-group, out-group phenomenon that Tashfeld and Turner reported with regard to minimal grouping experiments. Essentially, what they showed was that the minimal group membership would create prejudice against out-group members. That was the reason. Tashfeld and Turner explained that in terms of the belief that if they could differentiate themselves from other groups, this notional group would then be able to achieve a self-esteem input for the members of the group. The others were bad, the others were weaker, the others were poorer. So we're better, so we've got more self-esteem. And the self-esteem hypothesis was something which survived a very long time, as I'm sure you all know. So we have a situation where the concept of the conceptual group is useful and it will predict behavior, but the problem in using it is that any conceptual group will exist upon a continuum, because at some point it will move from being conceptual, it can move from being conceptual to being something which is very real, fundamentally real, because it will motivate action on the part of those people who wish to maintain superiority. And then you don't have, it's not a conceptual group anymore, it's something quite different. And this idea of the continuum between the conceptual to the concrete is really of terribly strong importance for trying to understand how extremism can be generated by people who are clever with manipulating conceptual group memberships. I'm not saying it's always a bad thing. Can I emphasize that conceptual groups can be a very positive thing? I think that you can go around restructuring the very nature of people's understanding of their own society by creating these conceptual groups. And conceptual groups can be used to encourage self-protection or improvement. I've noticed recently that healthcare systems often allude to the existence of conceptual groups. So I'll give you an example of one of those. In relation to some, areas where people are at risk. the National Health Service in the UK has decided to try to categorise those people as at-risk people. Now, for instance, if you are pre-diabetic, you're not diabetic, you look like you might get to be diabetic, you can be allocated to this group, and you can then be asked to participate as a group member. You are classified. And the intention is very positive. It's very much designed to improve people's capacity to change their behaviours in relation to health issues. So very, very noticeable that these things are being used across societies now. And I'm not being cynical about it, because I think it's actually a very significant development. But it's also important to say that sometimes we as researchers are creating these categories that then people are adopting. One of the things that's happened recently is that researchers have been talking about the existence of what is called food citizenship. And food citizenship is to do with recognising the importance of the sustainability of the food system. That's basically what it's about. And the point, of course, is that at the point where the researchers were doing this, there was no food citizenship. There's not some territorial association. There's no value system that has to be associated with it. So the more it's become publicised within the research community, the more and more it's becoming evident that people can identify what the responsibilities are, what the values are, what the things that you can expect to achieve are. So what you have is a dynamic now that's between the development of a concept, which is a theoretical concept to start off with, and then it moves into a different world, and it takes on the power to bring about change in that community. And I've been doing research recently on food citizenship with a group at the University of Surrey, which is led by Nala Timotejevich. And that work now is showing very clear developments in the strength that can be achieved the strength of identification that you can achieve when you start to make the group much more concrete, much more available. You develop it deliberately. So the other thing is, of course, that it's interesting how once the label for a conceptual group is established, it can be manifest in action. And I love now to watch how protest movements are created on the back of particular conceptual grouping techniques. And a recent example, again in the UK, is the Just Stop Oil grouping of protesters. Media reportage of such groups has a lot to do with the vitality of the grouping and the opportunity to attract new people, to claim membership and to identify with the group. Associated with unlawful protests by small numbers and with the legal action taken against them. Of course, I don't know whether you've been spotting what's been going on, but a lot of legal action has been taken against those people protesting from that group. The grouping messaging has continued, even though this has been happening. The grouping messaging is continuing. And as of the 10th of November, this month, the group itself is saying nothing short of a political and economic revolution is going to get us out of this mess. We're just starting, we are just getting started. See you on the streets, as the big message, see you on the streets. It'll be interesting to see how many people are on the streets. Also, conceptual groups can be used to encourage all sorts of self-protection, as I said. So I'm saying it's always a matter of encouraging extremism, but it is something that is obvious, more obvious perhaps, in that area. Shall I leave conceptual groups and move on to identity resilience. Would that be timely? I think it's timely, isn't it? Yeah. So I've been emphasising, I would emphasise that some people prove themselves to be more able to cope with stress and challenges of public crises than to others. In part, this is because people differ in the level of their identity resilience. And I think it's worthwhile to explore the psychological foundations of identity resilience. I'm using the definition of identity resilience that was proposed in identity process theory. And to give you what I'm going to say, identity resilience is based on your belief in your capacity to interpret and overcome challenges as they occur, your assessment of your self-worth and value, your certainty of who you are and will continue to be, despite individual or social change that occurs, and your conviction that you are unique and positively distinctive. Okay? Over the life course, people will develop a sense of their identity resilience, and this reflects the extent to which continuity and distinctiveness, identity resilience is said to be high when individuals perceive their identity to have a high overall combined rating of these four qualities. So we are talking about the combination of self-efficacy, self-esteem, continuity, and positive distinctiveness. Yeah. There is now a self-report scale that measures identity resilience that's available freely and is very strong in terms of its psychometric properties. So what I'm basically saying, for those of you who like diagrams, I like diagrams. So I'm sorry if you don't like diagrams, but the point about this is it's complicated because, yeah, identity resilience is a product of all of those things. And then those things interact with each other. I should be pointing at actions and not at my own screen. So these things are interacting with each other in what they do. Okay? So it's not that they're acting in isolation. These dimensions of identity are not acting in isolation. What it does do is identity process theory states that identity resilience has two aspects. First, the ability of a person's existing identity structure to retain stability and worth when experiencing threats that challenge its constitutional value. But second, it refers to the effects that having such an identity can have upon the individual's thoughts, feelings, and actions when placed in other types of threat that are not specifically or immediately directed at identity itself. Thus, identity resilience protects itself, but it also supports better adaptation to threats or stresses of all sorts. Having identity resilience is not dependent upon the individual refusing or resisting identity change. It's about the individual seeking continually, under all circumstances, to minimize identity damage and to optimize identity adaptation. Resilience, on occasion, will require identity change. These can be long-lived or more often temporary accommodations. And resilience, in this sense, supports the individual in bouncing back from unsatisfactory identity change. the theory, the identity process theory, is clear that identity resilience itself is a stable characteristic of people, of the individual. You don't get to be identity resilient and then lose it all that readily. It's a stable characteristic. And that's the longitudinal research which has now been done does seem to be really quite telling. So I hope that what I'm saying rings a bell with you in relation to the work that we've had described earlier in the morning. Because a lot of what's going on there is that there's a need to understand how people are coping with the sorts of changes, the turbulence within the society that they live in. How are they coping with it? What are the strategies that they're employing? How is it that they come to certain strategies? Some turn to extremism, some to cynicism, some to the sort of tribal differences that we heard earlier. I think it's worthwhile thinking about whether what we know about identity resilience will allow us to predict which of those clusters and which of those categories people find themselves in. Is it because they are not trying the right coping strategies, or because these coping strategies are irrelevant to the situation they're really in? So basically, I can let you read all that. Do you want to read all that? Yeah, okay. But basically, identity resilience has three facets. That the individual possesses an identity that facilitates adaptive coping in the face of threat or uncertainty. And a person's identity configuration, that's the contents of the self-schema, is capable of absorbing change while retaining its subjective meaning and value for that person. Yeah? And as a consequence of that, what happens is the person tends to conceive themselves as capable of coping with threat or uncertainty without permanent negative effects to their identity. So you have greater flexibility in terms of coping strategy and so on. I did some work with Lucy just and we found that greater identity resilience in gay men was associated with less internalized homonegativity and distress during identity threats associated with negative coming out experiences. It's really quite important to see how identity resilience, as measured in the way that I said, will predict big differences in the way people deal with life-threatening issues. Life-threatening in the sense that these are major transformations. Okay. Let me carry on a little bit. This one, I don't want you to read because I think it's boring, but you can have a copy of the slide later. But essentially, what that thing is saying is something that I think is captured in the next slide. So I'm going on to the, is that okay? There we can come back to this one if you really want. Look, this is a nice diagram. Don't you think this is a lovely diagram? Do you want a complicated diagram? This is really you want to go. Thank you, please. So essentially, we've got down here identity resilience, got the four components, right? But even if you take that as a very complex system in its own right, which it is, then of course what it's doing all the time, if you take the low levels of analysis approach, then you have to say, well, okay, there's all this stuff going on, which is cognitive and emotional processing as well. And there's all this stuff over here, which has to do with social representations and threats, the nature of the threat and the vulnerability, the habits that the person has, social support networks, all of those things, yeah? What they trust and what they don't trust, values, systems, beliefs, attitudes. And what I was hearing this morning, particularly, was trust matters a lot. Mistrust, trust matters a lot. I would very seriously advise you to read my book on mistrust, but which you didn't mention.
I realized afterwards that I didn't have any theoretical pinpointing.
No, mentioning the Vice Chancellor or Rector for a very long time was a very essential thing to tell you, not to say that I've done rather a lot of research in social psychology, but still, never mind. My point is, take this sort of model of the interactions and play with it. Take it away and look at your own data and see whether you can make more sense of it. And it's not just the data that we've been looking at today, it's actually beyond that as well. Okay. What are the coping objectives? If coping is so vital, what are the coping objectives? Well, yeah, removal of the physical threat, removal of the aspects of social context that generate the threat, get rid of the Prime Minister who's rubbish. Movement of the individual into a new social position, social mobility, and then revision of the identity structure itself. Change what you think you are. Pretend not to be a psychologist anymore, try to be a sociologist. That reduces stress no end, doesn't it? I think that, well, no, it doesn't actually. So the point I'm making is that by reaching these targets, coping strategies will reduce both the actual and perceived threat in public crisis. And that's where it's moving towards. Okay. Tactics that are used to achieve this. So what are these coping strategies? Well, they fall on three levels. They fall on interpsychic, interpersonal, and intergroup and intergroup strategies. Do you want to know what they are? Well, we do. See people. Well, get me out of this, please. Interpsychic strategies, coping strategies, lovely deflection strategies, denial. You deny the distressing reality. You must have done this in your past. Every single one of you in this room have been engaged in denial of some sort. Yeah. You lost the boyfriend of a lifetime and you deny that it really matters to you. Right? That's a really good one. Well, in some circumstances, but fantasies, reconstruction, reattribution, and the beautiful notion that John Turner introduced, which was the notion of unreal selves. You're not really that person that did that atrocious thing, that gave that really bad lecture. That wasn't really me. That was that woman who thought she knew what she was talking about, but really didn't know. Right? Good. Acceptance tactics, changing identity content and evaluation by making changes before the threat becomes acute. And people do that adjustment very, very frequently. Compartmentalism, drawing a strict boundary around the dissatisfying aspect of your identity. And that can be something to do with the way you talk, it can be something to do with the way you look. It can be all sorts of things, but compartmentalism is a classic tactic. Compromise changes, you can see what that's about. Fundamental changes are really the last resort in many respects. You won't do that until you've tried a lot of other psychic techniques. And fatalism, again, we've talked about this morning, fatalism, that means that you accept the threat and you just carry on. And that's a coping strategy. I think that was what was being said, wasn't it, earlier? So we'll take you on quickly to interpersonal coping strategies. So I'm sure you're very, very aware of this. Change relationships with other people, negativism, be nasty to everybody, passing, pretending that you're something else, role play, doing what people expect you to do is particularly important there, and compliance, just giving in, doing definitely what people want you to do. So interpersonal coping strategies are worth looking at more, I think, particularly in relation to extremism, because some of the things that drive people to extremism are things like negativism, passing, and so forth. Yeah. In order to pass, you have to pass the rules of being as bad as the next guy. Intergroup coping strategies, I think, have been very well examined by social psychologists, particularly because they've been concerned with how people change their group memberships and how they use intergroup conflict to change their identity advantages and statuses, which is what social identity theory itself is all about. So you can see how these coping strategies fit beautifully within the more body of social psychological theory. It's not strange that identity resilience should be tapping into these different ways forward, because we know all about them. It's just we haven't realised why it is that some people don't do it and some people do. Here we get in. Okay. Does thinking about conceptual groups and identity resilience help in accounting for activism and its effects? You will all know better than I do. Well, certainly some of you will know better than I do. I'm arguing that active monitoring and response to conceptual grouping that sources or supports extremism may have enormous practical value. So that's one of the reasons why we look to conceptual groups. I'm also saying that you cannot monitor and respond effectively to something that you've not recognised. And if you haven't recognised the conceptual grouping is going on, you're not going to be able to deal with its effects. So for goodness sake, let's have a look at how we understand that. Using proactive conceptual grouping tactics may deter some protest movements. They can deter them from gaining traction, especially with those who have low identity resilience. So, fight fire with fire is one of the conclusions that you can draw. Understanding more about the origins of identity resilience and its impacts on attitudes, beliefs, values, and action, not to mention coping capacity, is a good place to start to build psychological barriers to both the effects of extremist acts and the road to extremist participation. Greater identity resilience may operate to motivate both resistance to extremism and, I have to admit, also identity resilience can result in people deciding that they're going to exploit extremism as a strategy. They think that they can stand outside of the norms for people because they're distinctive. They're optimally distinctive. They don't have to comply because they're different. They're all unique. And that, I think, is something that we also need to be considering. The final thing I wanted to say really was that identity resilience at the societal and organisational level is really quite important, because I have noticed that in very many crisis situations, we don't have people who are leading on those, who have very high levels of identity resilience themselves. And if we've got people in leadership roles that do not have that capacity to be resistant, I think it's a weakness in the way in which we structure our organisations. Many organisations ignore completely the significance of identity resilience or any of the characteristics associated with it. I think it's about time we did a bit more in terms of human management theory and so on. I think the management theorists are now getting on board with this. Business schools are teaching about it in a way that we didn't in the past. we should give a head of it to psychologists and social scientists. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to sort of try and get further down the screen. I really do hope that I would encourage you to think about these two constructs. This is the time when you're supposed to nod. I really would like you to think about how, in the context of the sort of work that's gone on with the project, the concept of the conceptual group and the concept of identity resilience can be put to good use. And I would really hope that it means that you can then think about some new research and some new ideas that might be part of the explanation. We don't actually rely solely on these two, but they trigger new ones, different ones. You know, being dangerous is what I would have thought. Can I stop there, please, Xenia? Very happy to take questions if you want me to. Yeah. I would also quite like to say, if you do want some more references, it's not just out of my mind today. If you want to some other things, well, they're there.
As I said, it's part of the multiple group, books that you have written over the years.
You'll notice that most of these are not books. Most of these are anthology days journals.
Donnie, we'll give you the
Thank you very much for this very informative presentation. What I would like to ask or comment is examples of leadership and identity project entrepreneurship that build on this identity resilience concept. Zohran Mamdani came into mind. Zohran Mamdani, the new mayor of New York, who has managed to group people together under very specific demands and grievances about their everyday lives and turn them from, a Trumpist kind of extremism to an activist prospect of a collective struggle, in fact, but also with the coexistence of this representative of the people, to say so, for the new mayor of New York, up to this point at least, who has managed to answer all challenges and all criticism in a very coherent way. I mean, is this the factors you described that are very much present in this case?
Yeah, they are. I think you've answered it. I think you've answered your own question. And I don't know. Should I pass on? I think that you've given a better example than I ever will be able to give. And certainly, it was the morning. I think that in terms of leadership roles, one of the things is that some organisations have habitually in the past employed tactics to develop identity resilience in the future generation of leaders. If you look at military organisations, many military organisations, especially the ones that tend to move, they have built into their programme for training people for leadership roles the sorts of programmes that the people who understood how you get self-esteem, how you get self-efficacy, how those things develop. And a lot of this is about having effective social support, having social learning experiences that are positive and direct you. It's a learning. It's a learning process. This is not something that just appears out of blue. It has to be a conjunction of experience during the lifetime. So you get reinforced for being this sort of resilient. So I would say that I have seen, and in earlier research that I did, I have seen people in extremely difficult emergencies behave with enormous resilience. And what they're doing is expressing something that they've been trained to do. You know? And actually, I'm seeing that not just in military context, but more recently in COVID. I saw it in the health services. I saw it in the health services in the US, in Portugal, and in the UK. And it was people who had learned from their past life within the health services that they really could do it. And they had their support plan during that time when they needed to learn it. And when the support had gone, because the crisis itself destroys those support structures, you know, I mean, it's really difficult to maintain them in that sort of crisis. It was within the individual. The resilience was within the individual because it had been lodged there by their past experience. That example is close to my heart because I saw a lot of the nurses who were dealing with really terrible situations rise to the situation, even though in the hierarchy they were not, they were not the leaders, they became the leaders.
Yes, thank you. It had to do with the question that Zohan Mandani would not invest in money in donations rather than people walking in the streets and going door to door, as bringing in the message of solidarity and collective action in the name of a specific project.
And it's a way of providing them with the sort of structure that they actually encourage the resilience to do. You're absolutely right. It's passing it on, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
Is there any other comment? Question?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's working.
Thank you very much. It's a fascinating talk. And it got me thinking about the ways in which this can be identity processes can be strategically manipulated in a sense. And what I have in my mind is, for example, the group of incels. Have you heard of incels? Incels, involuntary celibates. Yeah, have you heard about this? It's an extremist group based on the idea that women are inferior, but at the same time, these are groups of disaffected men that will never have relationships, that they don't look good, that women are looking for, money, wealth, and fame, and so on.
Yeah.
So what is happening is that, and in theoretical terms, it makes me think about the ways in which different identities and each and the content of these identities can manipulate it strategically. So, for example, at an individual level, a young man might be told, you will never succeed in life. And this is by the people who are influencers, right? They have power, spread the messages that you as a person, as a man, will never make it. You do not have self-esteem, you do not have self-worth. So they're, in a sense, creating a very negative identity for many, many men that might identify with this category. They're creating a group based on the common grievance. And then they're saying that the only way out of it is through a social movement. So they're moving energy from one place, version of identity, let's say, and translate it into a movement that then, the collective service, collective worth, and so on. So have you heard about this, or do you have any thoughts?
I thought, I'm not sure about the specific example because I don't know exactly what's been going on in that respect. But I think what you're describing is an illustration of what I was trying to emphasize in relation to the role of conceptual groups and the way in which, once you've decided that you are going to characterize the individuals that are part of this sort of situation, you can do it at an individual level, or you can actually do it at group level. So you can don't have to be individualized. Although it's actually probably easier to be done in that way. So yes, you're right. And what's happening there is that the conceptual group is moving from being a conceptual group. This is what I was saying about the continuum. And it's to do with the way in which it takes a hold through its social and psychological grip on a community or on individuals. But it's interesting how the cognition of individuals are subjected to this. That their cognition, the patterns of cognition change. They assimilate various assumptions about what it is to be part of this group. And that's what we're finding with the food citizenship work. We're finding that the people over time, if they are allocated, if they believe themselves to be part of this, they actually are much more likely to then tell you what they think values are. So they acquire the,
Okay, shall I make also a comment? I think it was pleasing to hear you again, but I want to make a more general comment and then make a particular comment in relation to the work we have been presenting earlier on. My more general comment is that when I first met your work at Surrey, and we were working, on how people can incorporate change within their identity through this processes and the mechanism of identity, and how self-esteem, self-efficacy, continuity, and distinctiveness could help them bring change when they felt threatened by something. And I think that time goes by and things became more difficult in societies. Then we moved to identity resilience now. It's not incorporating change, but how you can be resilient in times of crisis, which is an interesting, I think, movement, which is also very interesting. On how identities could be resilient, and this brings me to the actual comment I would like to make in relation to what we were presenting. Hearing you talking about this, I was thinking, okay, isn't those who we consider system believers, so our conceptual group, are more identity resilient than the others? And if yes, what is the identity they are protecting? Because we have looked at different ascribed identities. The only identity they seem to be more than the others is national identity. So they consider themselves to be more national identity than the other two groups. But they seem more resilient. They feel that they are efficacious, politically efficacious. They feel that their beliefs have to be protected, and they feel self-esteem in doing this kind of thing. Maybe they feel distinctive, I don't know. And of course, because they protect the system, they may have some kind of continuity in how they were. I was trying to see what is the content of identity that they might want to protect by using all these strategies and polarized or being against the views of the others. Would they be in many different identities or something more fundamental? It's a thought that came into my mind as I was, or the resigned identities that they found in the hidden tribes or other identities in that respect.
Have you ever noticed that people you like a lot ask the most awful questions?
Microphone.
So, for years now, I have been trying to get people to recognize that there is more to identity than the membership of a particular group. I am not my identity is not being English or whatever. You know, even my identity is not being a psychologist. You know, my identity is multifaceted and it changes, and so it's a structure, and it's something that is dynamic and you know has a will of its own, and it can go about, you know. I was going to say hunting for new elements that it likes. So it's not it's not a identity as far as it's being protected. It's this incredibly dynamic system that's actually having to deal with what we are as social beings. So the reason I can't answer the question is that I'm thinking about identity.
Well, I heard this, and you know, the issue of thinking is about mobilization. Whether first they recognize they have something in common themselves, basically. When we speak in the internet, when they take part in these discussions about something, whether they see themselves communicating something in common that make them be mobilized in a collective way, or it is just themselves trying to show the resilience of their identity when they use all these tactics. This is what I was thinking. I was very mobilized by what people in Euralia present and say, we are doing this because we want to address these people. And insofar we don't know what they believe and who they are, we cannot do this.
Yeah.
So that is a combination of the 2 points. Whether I recognize myself being a system believer or whatever, call them, whatever. And in that respect, I'm going to do things with others, or I'm just performing, let's say, my identity resilience in difficult times.
I think this is a really interesting dimension I need to go away and think about, because what you're basically saying is that there's a meta level of identity resilience. And that is the identity resilience that's actually very, very much focused on the sort of the image, the persona of the identity resilient person. Yes?
Yes.
And as opposed to what it means for the identity itself. Yeah. I'm going to go away and think about that, because I can honestly say that it never occurred to me. Okay. And I don't mean that facetiously, it just never occurred to me that with the system is that, I mean, that's a really good idea, but it's new.
It could be, but we can discuss that. It could be a presentation. Let's thank warmly Dame Glynis Breckle for her talk. I'm going to invite you in about an hour from now to come back. So to come back to listen to our last but not least panel. And then we can also have a more open discussion, bringing all the issues that have been discussed this morning. It's very rare, unfortunately, in our universities now to have time to do this kind of things and to be intellectually active. So take the opportunity, restore yourselves, take a coffee, whatever, and come back in an hour or so.
I will take the role of the big grandma. The streets feeding. And say no more. And then she comes back and says, that's why you
And this is also is a different analysis part of the Opatune project. And Anna Karastatis, who is going to talk about the experience of resistances to anti-gender politics findings from the RESIST study, and is one of our guests from the Feminist Action for Research, Autonomous Research, sorry, Center. I cannot even see you. Sorry. Welcome back then, and then we will have a concluding remarks and a general discussion by Professor Korkut, and then you can also intervene after with more general comments. So again, this is yours.
Thank you. Okay. Hi everyone, thanks for being here. My name is Vangelis Tontis, and I'm a senior lecturer in social psychology at the Open University. Soon I will be coming to Pantheon from January onwards, so I look forward to meet all of you. And this is a piece of work that we developed together with Milton Drupali, who is a doctoral candidate here in the School of Psychology. And it's part of the broader Opatune project. Part of the Opatune project, the Horizon funding project. And what I will talk to you about today is something that we found of huge interest in terms of how violence mobilizes from offline spaces to online spaces, and from there how movements are created, how they're translated back to online. So you can see it's about this moving across different spaces, online to offline, and the role of leadership and followership play. So what I will talk about briefly is I will show how violence becomes legitimate and thinkable. Why do some people think that it's okay to engage in violent actions? How this mobilization for violence is co-created between leaders and followers, and the identity process is implicated. How these hybrid spaces, online spaces, offline spaces, amplify extremism, make it worse, make it much more likely to happen. And we will use a case study that those of you that are Greeks might remember, when Papadopoulos, an MP from the Niki party, stormed the National Gallery and destroyed some paintings. Do you remember them? The news from a few months ago. Yeah. So a few things first, some notes about identity leadership, to get an idea of what we're talking about, some of the base theory. As Haslam and colleagues argue, an effective leader isn't someone that manipulates the masses like a puppet master, sort of. So leadership is not just something about individual charisma. It's not just about the person who is able to influence the others and they blindly follow this leading person. It's about shared social identity. It's about leader and followers seeing themselves as part of a common group, as part of a common category. So it's more a process of influence rather than just pure manipulation. And the way that leaders are successful is when they manage to construct a group, to construct a movement, to kind of say who we are as a group and what do we do as a group, the content of the identity and the norms of the identity, how do we act. And in that sense, if we see leadership not just as a manipulation task, but as a task of constructing a movement, then it's about seeing followers as active partners, right? Followers are not just passive recipients of messages, but they actually engage with their own leadership process. So there are 4 dimensions to identity leadership. The creation of a movement, what we call identity entrepreneurship, where the leader defines the boundaries of the group, how broad is the group, who counts as us, and who doesn't, what is the content and what are the norms, what does it mean to be part of the group, and what do group members do, how the leaders represent the group, how they claim to act advance the interests of the group that they claim to represent. The advancement part, as you see later, advancing is doing things for the group, for the benefit of everyone, and mainly as protecting the collective interests, and embedding the group, creating structures where group members can experience their group membership, rituals, activities, events, any type of thing that allows them to experience what it means to be part of a movement. And a few things about followers. Again, followers don't just follow leaders blindly, right? And there is a great example that comes from the work, historical work by Kershaw, I think, but also by Steve Reiser and Alex Haslam, two social psychologists, that, for example, during the Nazi era, followers were not blindly following Hitler. The orders coming from the regime were not very strict and very clear-cut, but the directives that were coming were making the followers, the Nazis, try to follow the vision of the leader of Hitler, trying to realize what the leader might mean. And this means that they were becoming very creative in killing people, for example, finding new methods, trying to realize the leader's vision, but also the whole movement's vision. So in a sense, followers don't follow leaders blindly. They give leaders legitimacy. Leader without followers is not a leader of something. They create the leader they want to have, and they extend the narratives promoted by the leader, and they make them much worse, if that makes any sense. But we will see examples in a bit. So in a sense, extremism, the way it becomes worse, is a matter of followers becoming more creative to follow the leader's vision. And violence, if and when it occurs, it emerges by this collaboration between leaders and followers. And we saw that in some work we did with, again, other colleagues, Fergus Neville, Steve Reiser, and others, on the storming of the Capitol by followers of Donald Trump a few years ago. You might remember it, where Trump created this movement, created this group, and followers went for realizing this vision. And here is the model we proposed in our work, that we see leaders and followers as parts of the same bigger picture. The leader creates a group, promotes the group interests, and says what action should be taken. In the case of Trump, what he was saying in his speech, he never told them go and storm the Capitol. So if as a lawyer you try to find a directive, you will not find it there. But what he did was that he cultivated an atmosphere of we're all victims here. They, the many, the big companies, the big tech, the big pharma are here for us. They're trying to silence us. We are the victims. They are destroying our country. And therefore, it's a good thing to act for the group. We need to protect ourselves. And then the storming happened, but without a direct order. So the leader creates the group, says what the group must do, what are the values, and then this translates to followership, where the followers endorse this identity and act in these ways, often creatively. Now, why are hybrid space important? And why I think this piece of work starts from becoming something that nobody asked we can do for the grant to an actually interesting paper that I see is coming out of this. If we think about online and offline spaces, we shouldn't see them as two discrete things, the online worlds and the offline worlds, but like it's a certain field of action. It's a continuum. We don't see it as discrete, but as a continuum, where things traverse from one to the other. Ideas might be created offline, they go to online spaces, they might spread there, and then they reappear offline, and so on and so forth. So action flows both ways, from the online to the offline, and the opposite way. And extremist narratives should not only be seen as a request to go and place a bomb, to kill people, to do a mass shooting, like things that happen in the US, Mass Prover, for instance. They could be memes advocating for violence. We see this in the manosphere, in incels, and in how they act in their forums. We see this in videos, graffitis, and protests, maybe. We will see an example today. So hybrid spaces create emotions, they create coordination that moves from one space to the other. And we need to take this into account, because if we think about extremist narratives, They penetrate everyday life. They're kind of everywhere. You will see a meme, the algorithm will throw you some random things to see whether you will follow them on Instagram or TikTok or Facebook or whatever. And these are both online and offline. They move across all spaces. And many of these ideas that used to seem fringe or taboo, like insults, when I developed an interest in them about 10 years ago, they didn't exist in the mainstream. There were these fringe groups that were going to some universities, and one of the leaders started killing women in Canada, for example. But it was a fringe group. Now it's part of the mainstream. You have people like Andrew Tate trying to create and get all these followers. So we need to make sense of these discourses that create these us and them oppositions with the disadvantaged men that need our male rights and other people that are not allowing us to do what we must do, the us and them distinctions. And in a sense about making sense of these discourses, and that violence doesn't have to be spectacular, right? It can be mundane, small things that slowly become more and more prominent. The memes, the graffitis, the slogans, the groups you join on Facebook and slowly radicalize you. And then these, when they become normalized, they become invisible because they have become normalized. They can create the cultural conditions where violence can proliferate. Trump was building his whole narrative for years before the storming happened. So this had already been laid there as the groundwork. And then when the right time came, it all escalated. So we'll see a few details about our case study. And then Nikolaos Papadopoulos vandalized artworks at the National Gallery of Athens. He was a surgeon and a politician, and he belonged to Niki, which translates as victory for non-English and non-Greek friends. And Niki is a right-wing nationalist religious populist party. The paintings were part of an exhibition called The Allure of the Strange. It's a unit to Allure. Before he acted, he asked the National Gallery to remove this piece of work. The gallery said no. And then he started saying that we're being censored, we cannot speak openly, and that these are insulting the Greek Orthodox Christian religion. So the left picture, you can see him, it was supposed to be a video, but it doesn't matter. It's not playing them for some reason, but it's him taking the paintings down and breaking them. And you have people in front trying to defend the paintings. And these are examples of the paintings. And these are the things that he was saying are an insult to Greece. They're not art, they're just violence. So first, we will have a look at what the leader said. In interviews, in data we found on interviews from kids that he gave on channels soon after, a few days after the incident happened. He said that he didn't act out of rage, he didn't just lose his mind, but these are the centerpieces of the Greek religion, Virgin Mary and so on, which have become targets of sacrilege. He said that Christians in Greece are under persecution. He said that the National Gallery is mocking the taxpayers and they're Satanists. And when later on his party expelled him, he said that all these people are murderers, they're pedophiles, they worship others, and he will find to the end for Greece and the Greek Orthodoxy. So we will look at what the leader said from a standard thematic analysis of the leader's statements and the content. He frames himself, if we think in terms of identity leadership. Who is this person? He claims he's a prototypical Orthodox Greek that cares about religion, a defender of the faith, a defender of the family, a defender of the homeland, and the moral exemplar. He's there representing Christianity in Greece and acting for them. He constructs a collective, he talks about the group. You have the Orthodox Greeks who are under attack. You have the national purity versus the moral corruption, and all these big institutions like the National Gallery destroying basically Greek Orthodox faith. Art becomes blasphemy. For him, he reframes art as blasphemy, and the galleries, of course, are becoming as betrayers of the faithful. They're there to destroy. They're part of this machinery, which is there to destroy the state. The other group, then, who is the enemy here? They're Satanists, demon-possessed, the woke elites, New World Order, and the corrupt LGBTQ plus community. And the in-group in that sense is not something that is provocative, is aggressive, who is the in-group for the leader? It's a moral group who is in defense against all these people that want to destroy the nation. And the leader is there to advance the group's interests. So he positions himself as the exemplar, as the prototypical image of the group, and he's supposed to lead this revolution to take the enemies down. So by demonizing the outgroup, by saying they are the horrible enemies, he gives them moral okay to go and take action. But this is what the leader did, right? What's interesting is how this unfolded. We went with Myrto on X, Facebook, and YouTube and analyzed comments under the videos. I will not go through details here. We'll look at the comment sections, all the discourses, the language used that followers, that his supporters did, what they use. Now we found patterns. We have about 9,100 comments and tweets, and we did thematic analysis. And we have a few things here that I will go through in detail. The first one is about religious devotion and moral outrage. So these are translated from Greek, of course. And a follower said, the guy vandalized the image of Virgin Mary, the saints, and Christ, replaced them with demonic figures and calling these words idols. It's not art but violence. They're endorsing the narratives of the leader. You can see that it's quite clear. Mr. Papadopoulos, we thank you for fighting against the roads promoted by the ungodly, so people know what's happening. Thank you for defending our Lord Christ and our Virgin Mary, for protecting the name of our faith. You can see here how the leader is becoming this figure that defends the group. May your saints protect you and give you blessing in your life and so on. So we see the invocation of the Orthodox language, talk about these cultural political problems. The user express sympathy for these holy figures. We can assume they identify with religion. They are actually Christians. Art is seen as blasphemy, as a problem, as sacrilege. They condemn, of course, this piece of work. And these controversies between good and evil, they're coming here to destroy Christ and the saints and so on. Second thing, because I don't want to take too much time, is about political distrust and the corrupt institutions. And here we see the following. What has been happening to our country in recent years, we can say with certainty that this government has truly allied itself with the devil. May God help us to get rid of them and their demons quickly. We're all with you. We demand that the Minister of Culture goes home because he doesn't do her job properly, since he doesn't check the paintings that are exhibited to the public. There are many examples here, so just this, of course. And you see that many of these discourses kind of mix together. There is not a clear-cut distinction. We see many religious elements here. But what we have is widespread distrust towards the authorities, the government. The government are all corrupt, hypocritical, evil. They're aligned with anti-Christian agendas or globalist agendas. Conspiracy theories are playing below. There is distrust towards the church as well. They see also the church as the enemy. Everybody is the enemy. They're the only enlightened ones. And these narratives, of course, they reflect politically disillusioned citizens during crisis, which are also seen in different countries in different ways. And we'll get back to this point. But in a sense, the thing is about this corrupt government that is not protecting the core moral, core values of the state, family, religion, so on. The satanic enemies. It's become standard practice to showcase and promote vulgarity, perversion, and degradation of the sacred and holy of this long-suffering people, who are under persecution by the enemies of law and truth. Jesus Christ is their fear and dread, and by no their work and power will they escape and crushing defeat. May others follow your example too. Let's rise up and stone them, they're demon possessed. They're direct calls to action. All these comments everywhere. Everybody knows what journalism is. The struggle to defend our faith and our homeland against the monsters of the woke agenda is an honor and a duty. There is a call to action by demonizing who the other person is, who the enemy is, basically. There are many enemies which are seen as these satanic enemies, politicians, cultural leaders, like the National Gallery people, the globalists, everybody's an enemy. And there is a moral absolutism. You can either be with us or you're not. You're either with us and you care about grace and Greek religion, or you're a Satanist, a beast, an enemy of God, and so on. So there is a process of demonizing the outgroup, very similar to what Trump did in the Capitol riots, very similar to what many other leaders are doing across the world. which polarizes and then makes action legitimate if everybody is the enemy and we're the ones acting for our interests. Doesn't it make sense to actually take action? We're not the bad guys here, we're the good ones. Fourth, hero worship. What did they think about the leader per se? The only truly worthy ones in Greece were Kolokotronis and his companions. For the non-Greeks, Kolokotronis was one of the heroes of the Greek Revolution. Today we see Papadopoulos, who for me is one of the few worthy men left, and bravo to him for making his own revolution alone against all these unchristian matters. While not a single Greek helps, all of Greece should unite with Mr. Nikolaos, all of Greece. Blessed man of God, create a party, we all follow you unanimously. The times demand and require that some take the lead. Kolokotronis and Karaiskakis did it, and such people exist even today, perhaps you're one of them. Take steps forward, we will all be with you. You remember how we said they create a leader, right, at the very beginning? So the perpetrator was celebrated as a modern-day martyr hero. He's acting for Greece, he's acting for the Greek values. He's often compared to historical actors and leaders as Rousseau, Thomas Karaiskakis. They express gratitude, and many call for him to take action and suggest that they found the leader in this figure. They personify all these values to this person, and they expect him to act. And finally, there are calls for resistance, there are calls to action, lots of interest here. So he acted offline, this is transferred online, and then people start saying, words do nothing. If we don't take the situation in our own hands, all these people will become even more brazen, they will become radicalized, therefore we must get radicalized. For fire and axe, this is what they deserve. We remember what this alludes to, golden dawn and so on. The bravo, the congratulations, we're with you, they're not enough, they don't have any effect. Let us all organize an independent Greek Orthodox body, and so on. So you see here, you act as the Lord Jesus Christ, as Lord Jesus Christ expects, organize a protest, we will act with you. They will never dare again want to come together and so on. So they're calls to action. So what we see here, it goes beyond just expressions of outrage. It's not just their angry, but they're calling for offline mobilization. They're saying, this happened offline, we're coming together online, many of us are here, we must move down as well to the real world. They say that Facebook activism is useless, we must come together, and therefore it makes sense. And the other one is that on the 17th of November, and I happened to be passing outside the gallery that day, I took these pictures. They got the leaflet, price things. They came together calling for the peace of heart being reinstated. So they had flags with Greek Orthodox figures, take the Antichrists out, and so on. So you see that the leader acted offline, the followers came together online, and everyone again moved in the real world offline, with many people coming together outside the gallery. So to sum it up, because I'm over time, Papadopoulos acted as an identity entrepreneur, as a leader. He constructed an identity. He acted in ways that were all about creating a group, representing a group, acting for the interests of a group. And at the same time, he demonized the out-group and acted in a way that gave the moral license to his followers to come together outside the National Gallery again and create a movement. The followers create the leader as we saw. They say that this is who we want to represent us. We will support you if you keep acting. We see how the movement operates online to offline to online again, and there is this process of constant change. Offline action in real life creates online identities, and these become real movements. So the conceptual groups that Professor Breitwell talked about become co-created in the real world. And violence, in the end of the day, is a matter of co-production between leaders and followers. Not one person could have done it, but it was this coming together of leaders and followers. And the final point is this. It's about translocal extremism, that there are some global templates, conspiracy theories that we hear that are across the whole globe, the anti-LGBTQ plus movements that are across the globe, the anti-woke culture, it's everywhere. And then this gets translated in Greek terms. All these global narratives are being adapted in the Greek culture, and they make sense about orthodoxy, about Greece, about whatever. So it's this hybridization between taking what's out there, adapting it to our own standards, and then it starts making sense. So the reflections are these. Mobilization is not something that an individual happens. It's a matter of relations between people. That everyday extremism, all these small bits here and there that you might not notice, create movements in the end. They create the ground for movements to take place. That the hybrid spaces accelerate this mini-making process. People are socialized online, take things from out there, then they act in offline spaces again. These narratives are adapted to our own standards or to any cultural standards. And we must make sense of these dynamics if prevention is to actually take place and somehow we manage to respond, because it's very active and very dynamic and very hard to spot. Thank you very much.
Thank you also for doing this during a time that we are hearing voices. Maybe we should abandon this one. Can we close it?
The second problem is the microphone downstairs. It's okay. Everything's
So Glynis is right. He's very useful.
We don't know what now.
Okay, we will go to our next presentation as we did in the morning, and then we can have comments and send to both presentations.
Can I just say one thing? Would you actually imagine him as a trickster in the Foucauldian jargon? The MP.
Yeah.
Is he a trickster, you think, in the Foucauldian jargon?
How do you mean trickster?
I mean, this person practically who is very opportunistic and then he knows. Yes?
Absolutely. He found the space to do it. He was kicked out of his party. He claimed to be a martyr back in Greece.
So he's also kicked out of his party.
Yeah, and they kicked him out.
And he's an MP from which region?
Called Niki. It's a
right. No, which region is he MP from? What's his constituency?
I think from Saloniki.
So now we have our last but not least presentation. And given that we heard about how people could mobilize against the famous woke culture, it will be an opportunity now to look at anti-gender politics from this point of view. So the floor is yours.
Can you hear me okay? So thank you very much for this invitation to participate in this COLAB, and particularly to the Opportune team, and more generally the social and psychology lab here at Badio. I'm here in my capacity as co-investigator in the RESIST project. A bit of feedback here to share with you findings from that study that I hope are of some relevance to the questions of identity, polarization, and Dora? There's a little bit of
yeah, because this world
like a fourth dimension. That's look at all. You can hear me now. That's better. We'll touch that again. So I was saying I'm here in my capacity as co-investigator in this project to share with you findings from the study that I hope have some relevance to the questions of identity, polarization, and social transformation bending towards social justice. So just to give an overview of the presentation, I'll give a brief introduction to the project as a whole. And then I'll mainly focus on experiences of being targeted by anti-gender politics, and in particular, the case study on Greece. And if there's time, we can also talk about resistances to that targeting, organized resistances. But when I practiced the talk last night, it went a little bit over time, so we might not get to it. So let's see how it goes. So the Resist project is a 4-year project. It has 4 stages. Currently, we're in the 4th and final stage. In the first stage, we mapped how anti-gender politics are produced and expressed in contemporary Europe through an analysis of hundreds of parliamentary debates and thousands of media articles in 4 case studies focusing on the UK, Poland, Switzerland, and Hungary, as well as the European Parliament between 2016 and 2022. A controversy mapping technique was used to examine intensive outbursts of anti-gender politics in these countries and in the European Parliament. And findings revealed how anti-gender politics is creating a kind of dynamic political landscape characterized by increasingly hardened ideological positions, political opportunism, and a restless search for new targets of discrimination. In stage 2, we worked to create new understandings of the effects of anti-gender politics on everyday lives, using data that we gathered through interviews, focus groups, and a survey across 9 case studies, 8 national case studies: Belarus, France, Germany, Greece, Ireland, Poland, Spain, and Switzerland, and a transnational study of people living in exile in Europe due to anti-gender politics, primarily from Turkey and Kurdistan. In stage 3, we were collaborating with 40 queer feminist collectives and civil society organizations to create knowledges and strategies to counter anti-gender politics and mobilizations, and to generate a coordinated strategy for transnational intersectional queer feminist network. And now in the 4th stage, we are reevaluating existing theories and academic models against the lived experiences and practices that we have identified in the previous stages of the research, trying to synthesize our analysis, continuing to collaborate with civil society organizations, and creating in different forms, disseminating the research findings, monographs, toolkits, a massive online open course, and a documentary film that we've commissioned. So in this presentation, as I said, I'll focus on our findings from the 2nd stage, primarily of the research, and a bit from the 3rd. And crucial to the research throughout is, and it's in the acronym of the project, is the question of resistance. So crucial to our project has been to learn about the queer and feminist practices of resistance against anti-gender politics, how they function and are theorized in the context of political and social practices. And in this case study, in this phase, we had 9 case studies in the 2nd phase and 10 in the 3rd phase, which I listed previously. And we collaborated with 40 organizations to create in a kind of mutual learning in amplifying voices that are actually quite marginal in these debates and certainly in the academic literatures that study anti-gender as a phenomenon. So anti-gender politics. We understand anti-gender politics to be multiple and manifesting quite differently in the diverse national context across Southern, Eastern, and Western Europe. As we mentioned, this is a kind of globalized discourse that lands differently in different contexts. They are present across the political spectrum. They're not just a far-right phenomenon, and our research bears out the ways in which they appear both in left and in right wing varieties, and of course on the center, and how they're present in liberal and authoritarian contexts, but also in polities that are seen as liberal and democratic. Inspired by intersectional perspectives, so perspectives that seek to synthesize multiple axes of oppression in understanding social power. We understand anti-gender politics to be multifaceted as they seek to limit a range of things. Gendered freedoms, they seek to challenge the inclusion of trans people, they question multiculturalism, gender and sexual equality, they undermine critical studies of gender, race, and sexuality, they challenge academic freedoms and freedoms of speech and press, art as well, as we've seen in Vagelis' presentation. And they result in quite dangerous consequences for things that we might have imagined are hard-won rights and aspects of self-determination, such as reproductive justice and sexual and gender diversity and self-determination. So a note on it's often seen as an umbrella term, encapsulating a range of political ideologies, mobilizations, tactics, emergent since the late 1990s. The term is short for anti-gender ideology, which is a concept that comes out of reactionary Catholic discourses that appropriate and distort the concept of gender, which is a concept that is central to feminist and queer theories and politics since at least the 1970s. So we place anti-gender in quotation marks, in inverted commas, to indicate the critical distance we take from a concept that doesn't originate from queer feminist movements and theories, but from what we might call the opposite side. Famously, the Vatican opposed the incorporation of reproductive rights into United Nations policies following the Fourth World Conference on Women in Beijing in 1995. And that's sort of seen as the starting point of anti-gender by many. And also opposed and continues to oppose legislative reforms in various national contexts that paved the way for subsequent gender recognition procedures, but also the spread of postmodern queer theories, foremost among them Judith Butler's theory of gender performativity, and Butler themselves has become the #1 enemy of the anti-gender movement internationally, responding recently with their own rejoinder of the book, Who's Afraid of Gender? So in short, since the late 1990s, the Vatican has imposed what it has called the gender agenda, an agenda that was then given a kind of colonial was constructed in sort of colonial and anti-colonial terms, precisely though by nationalist fascist sort of powers, let's say, which was a key prerequisite for the mobilization against gender to gain ground, particularly in peripheral post-colonial and post-communist societies in Europe and in the global South. And since the early 2010s, there's been an increased surge of mobilizations nationally, internationally, that target gender ideology as a particular threat to national and domestic security, which synthesize misogyny, homophobia, and racism. Of key importance in this mobilization has been the renaturalization of biological sex and gender roles within the framework of the binary gender system, where the two sexes are considered to complement and balance each other. So this heteronormative complementarity is understood on the one hand as the basis of equality between the two sexes, and on the other hand as the natural law that excludes the real diversity of gender and sexuality that exists in the world. More generally, anti-gender politics slip between the seemingly opposing political spaces through common grounds trafficked across the political spectrum. So these common grounds are things like heteropatriarchy, anti-Semitism. We saw that in this kind of globalized sort of conspiracy theories, which have a structurally anti-Semitic structure. Islamophobia, lesbophobia, transphobia, familialism, the naturalization of the nuclear heteronormative family, nationalism, populism, and so on. These politics, anti-gender politics, often appropriate resistance as a political rhetoric, which is part of a broader strategy of the far right to present itself as anti-systemic. At other times, they construct themselves as common sense or as defending democratic values against the excessive or extremist queer, feminist, and anti-racist politics. All of this is taking place at a time of genocide. And at their core, anti-gender politics express misogynistic, homophobic, and racist fantasies of extermination that are increasingly coming to the surface as socially empowered perpetrators spread them. However, as we found in the resist research, the champions of these ideologies are not only in some opposing political camp, but also, as participants told us, in more hurtful ways within imagined left and feminist communities and collectives. So as we shift now to discuss the findings of the research, one last point on the term anti-gender is that in many of the contexts in the research, including in Greece, this term is not emic, that is, it doesn't arise out of people's own vocabularies to describe their own experiences. We indeed had to translate the concept for the first time to our knowledge, and we translated it as politiques and filosofilo. A more frequently heard term, and in some sense has become an emic concept, is the notion of anti-woke ideologies of politics, which have been circulating through actually quite a discursive explosion that has been occurring not only on the right, but also on the left, as I want to discuss. So in the second phase of the research, we were interested in people's everyday experiences and everyday resistances to anti-gender politics. And the methods we used, qualitative methods, across the 9 case studies were in-depth semi-structured interviews and focus groups with a total of 254 participants, and in the case study on Greece, a total of 27. In terms of who the participants were, I should say here that although we circulated optional demographic forms to participants, most participants in the case study on Greece didn't choose to fill them out. So only 8 did. And so the profiles we are kind of generating here are based on a combination of those voluntary demographic information that they shared, and self-identification during the interview and focus group itself. So participants ranged in ages from their 20s to their 70s. The majority were cisgender women. There were also trans women, non-binary people, trans men, a cis man, queer gender, queer people, and one person who did not identify their gender. Several participants are lesbians, some identified as queer, pansexual, bisexual, or straight, and others didn't indicate any sexual orientation or sexual identity in the demographic form during the interview. They named as their places of origin Greece, Asia Minor, Kurdistan, Turkey, Syria, Palestine, North Africa, Albania, Sierra Leone, Haiti, and Western Europe. And here we're using the terms that they used to signify their origins. And as their ethnic and racial identities, they identified Greek, Albanian, Arab, Sierra Leonean, Haitian, Kurdish, white, and Palestinian Syria. 5 were mothers, including single parent and trans and lesbian mothers. The others did not indicate their parental status. And there was a wide range of occupations and work that people do for pay, including artists, teachers, researchers, academics, nurses, doctors, journalists, musicians, actors, cooks, sex workers, playwrights, students, and 2 of our participants have been candidates in elections. So to the findings. The first finding is that virtually all participants, so nearly 27 people, with perhaps 1 or 2 exceptions, had experienced verbal and/or physical attacks, ranging from abusive comments to physical assault. Online attacks and hate messages via social media about one's identity, political views, or activities were virtually universal in participants' experiences. But some participants have also experienced organized attacks. Some cases involving political actors including elected representatives. Attacks were perpetrated by various individuals and groups, including members of parliament and government ministers. Receiving hate messages online and experiencing hateful social media environments was common to all participants' experiences. These messages attack various marginalized identities, as well as leftist, feminist, LGBTQI affirmative, and anti-racist political stances. And this hostile climate created a fear of being targeted, avoidance of social media, and even relief that attacks weren't worse. Following closely from the first finding, the second is that participants have experienced violence and fear of violence. So these are various forms and involve various agents of violence, and the fear of violence was mentioned very frequently by participants. It wasn't necessarily always a function of anti-gender political mobilizations. In some cases, it was named as a kind of everyday feature of participants' lives. Participants often discussed how witnessing or hearing about violent attacks generates fear. And so one clear effect of violence that emerges through the research is that people who fear being targeted often change their behavior in order to avoid this targeting. One participant, for instance, drew the link between an organized attack that they had experienced and avoiding political demonstrations. The third finding is that discrimination against trans people is institutionalized and structural in Greece. Trans participants of all genders, including non-binary people, experience structural and institutional discrimination. What's interesting, I think, about this finding is that trans participants in particular noted that this is not a recent phenomenon, nor is it one associated with extremists. So participants did not tend to use the term anti-gender to identify transphobic phenomena, including recent organized attacks by far-right groups and elected representatives. Instead, for most participants, these mobilizations have deep roots in institutionalized and structural inequality, which manifests in virtually all aspects of their lives, in education, healthcare, employment, and public services. Participants who are transgender in particular noted the limitations of understanding anti-gender as a recent phenomenon owing to political extremists. Trans participants reported discrimination as pervasive in schools, universities, in healthcare settings, in public services, in workplaces, and entrenched in the law. Laws passed recently in 2017 concerning legal gender recognition, and were more recently still in 2024 with anti-discrimination protections for trans people in education, health, and housing, are seen as positive developments by the participants. Yet they point out that legal recognition itself contains elements of anti-gender ideologies that intersect with also anti-migration ideologies. For instance, legal gender recognition is not available to non-binary people. So a binary system of gender, that complementarity between naturalized sexes that I was referring to earlier, being sort of at the fundament of what genders are cognizable in the law. And also a clear procedure is not accessible to trans refugees or migrants, even when they have been granted asylum on the basis of persecution for being trans. Even though, and this is to note the positive developments, legal gender recognition eliminated compulsory sterilization and automatic loss of parental rights, and compulsory divorce as preconditions or as consequences of legal recognition, trans reproduction and kinship is discouraged. Participants included trans women who had lost custody of their children, as well as non-binary people facing barriers to adoption. Routine transphobia when accessing public services and healthcare was exacerbated in the acute period of the coronavirus pandemic, with vaccination certificates being issued in people's dead names. Trans people and gender nonconforming people are marginalized in the labor market, leading many, particularly women, to pursue work in gray and partly criminalized economies. What's notable in the research more generally, because I've been presenting the findings from the case study on Greece, but more generally in the research across the case studies, institutionalized and organized anti-trans hostility was prominent. And this seems to us quite important given the marginal attention to anti-trans politics within the academic literature on gender. The fourth finding was that, according to participants, legislative change doesn't entail or even necessarily reflect social change. So participants emphasize that the mere existence of formal rights doesn't guarantee that these are realized in their lives, including due to discriminatory structures that are found to be oppressive. Some recent legislative changes that participants said have positively affected the queer community include marriage in 2024 and civil unions in 2015 being extended to include same-gender couples, and as discussed just now, legal gender recognition processes for trans people to align their documents with their gender. However, the consensus is amongst the participants that legislative change is insufficient to bring about substantive equality. A consensus reflected also in the theme of 2024 Auckland's Pride, a law is not enough. Moreover, recent legislative acts that seem on the face of it to promote equality, such as the extending the right to marry to same-gender couples, are viewed in the context of the governing party's politics with skepticism and suspicion as pinkwashing, and as being motivated by reluctantly meeting Greece's obligations minimally as an EU member state. So a degree of cynicism here about the real motivations underlying progressive legislation as being sort of a strategic choice to avoid fines and penalties imposed by European Union for ongoing legal discrimination following legal decisions at the level of the European Court of Human Rights. Following, further regressive legislation is passed alongside progressive legislation. Participants pointed out that what came to be known as the mandatory shared custody law, a law passed by the New Democracy government after lobbying from men's rights groups and despite protests by feminist groups. And then they also pointed out sort of the inclusion of anti-gender elements even in positive legislative changes, such as reform of marriage, not addressing reproductive and parental discrimination to lesbian and gay couples. When we asked participants to define anti-gender, they identified the following actors in broad terms: the far right, the alt-right, the current government, and the Greek Orthodox Church, emphasizing the interaction between structural discrimination and dimensions of anti-gender politics that are institutionalized and represented by what they see as powerful social actors. So in participants' experiences, anti-gender exists in the main societal structures. They critiqued a view of anti-gender that assumes that it's a reactionary backlash against achieved gender equality and sexual and reproductive freedoms, pointing out that, in fact, in a context where there hasn't been a massive improvement in formal rights and equalities, let alone in everyday life, a clear distinction between what is structural oppression and what is anti-gender could not be drawn at the phenomenological level of everyday experience. And this is precisely because state institutions in Greece have not reformed themselves to exceptionalize as extremist the anti-gender policies and politics that they reproduce. As one participant explained, even in the absence of substantive gender and sexual rights and freedoms having been realized, there is nevertheless an anti-gender discourse of feminism and queer politics having gone too far. Without the progress, a backlash has ensued anyway. By the participants, the protection and accrual of cis men's, straight men's privilege and entitlement is seen as a major function of anti-gender politics. And yet, they also were clear that anti-gender politics are also present in certain forms of feminism and anti-wokeism on the left. So naming trans-exclusionary radical feminism as a definitive, if often hidden part of this politics. So feminisms that seek to define women in biologically essentialist, lesbian and trans-exclusionary, heteronormative terms actually are seen by the participants to promote anti-gender views. I'm just going to go forward a little bit. To speak a little bit about the experiences and the strategies that our participants engaged in kind of on an everyday level. The effects of these politics on a kind of emotional level is that they left them feeling isolated, trapped, suffocated, exhausted, burnt out. They attributed this also to the failure of existing political movements to address anti-gender in its full scope by emphasizing one or another aspect. And one of the most interesting, I think, aspects of the findings in this research was the way in which participants constructed migration as a personal solution to mitigate the negative effects of anti-gender politics. And this was common both to people emigrating from Greece and to people migrating to Greece. So for participants who identified as queer, lesbian, trans, and non-binary, emigration has figured as a solution to negotiating institutionalized homophobia and transphobia. So in order to be able to experience and express gender and sexual identities and relationships, many found themselves immigrating or thinking of emigrating, and some named red lines that would cause them to emigrate, such as the criminalization of abortion in the future. At the same time, people seeking asylum in Greece on the basis of persecution for sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression, and sexual characteristics, who were amongst our participants, were fleeing extreme homophobic, transphobic, and lesbophobic violence in their countries of origin. Yet, rather than reach safety, they found that Greece and the EU exposed them to continued endangerment as LGBTQI people in situations of forced encampment, whilst awaiting asylum decisions, and intrusive questions about sexual practices that violate privacy and reliance on stereotypes consistent with anti-gender views are common in asylum interviews, they told us. The 9th and 10th findings are that visibility was discussed in very ambivalent terms by participants. On the one hand, many viewed the visibility as a form of resistance, but also as a risk that can endanger one's safety, particularly in public spaces, in the family, or in camps. And the 10th finding that in this hostile context, participants emphasized the importance of community, solidarity, creating bubbles for chosen families, particularly when facing anti-gender attacks. What's significant is that they spoke about structural discrimination, oppression, violence, and anti-gender phenomena through lenses of resistance. So while they shared experiences of these phenomena, they emphasized their own agency. They told us that the stakes in resisting are personal for them, in contrast to those who perpetrate these attacks. And resisting oppression was seen, even though we were primarily interested in hearing about their everyday resistances, sort of on a personal level, resisting oppression was seen in collective terms mainly. So they sought to find support and to support others in organized collectives or informal settings and in civil society. Okay. I will have to stop here, so I will just skip this part, which is based on the third phase of the research, where we looked at organized resistances, collaborating with 40 organizations to do so. And if you're interested in that aspect, we have synthesized it in a document that you can download on the website. And you're also welcome to read more about the case study on Greece or the other 8 case studies by reading the report. And a translation of the case study on Greece in Greek is also available, as well as an article in Greek that synthesizes these issues. So thank you for your attention. I'm sorry to run over. Thank
you very much. So
Now the floor is yours if you want to ask. If you want to make a comment or ask a question.
Thanks very much. So in another European project actually called Demos, a few years ago, sorry.
It is open.
In another EU-funded project called Demos, it was a populism project and democratic efficacy kind of concentrated research. We interviewed people in Greece, Turkey, Hungary, Poland, and UK. We selected the targets of populism. We selected the supporters of populism. And we wanted to see how the targets of populism were negotiating their identities vis-a-vis populism. Now, in all of these cases, with the exception of Turkey, the exit option was available, right? Because, I mean, in Greece, in Hungary, in Spain, in Poland, you just get your passport and get an Ryanair ticket, and then you go to the West. Effectively, with the exception of Turkey, where there's a visa. The Turkish gender activists, if you want to call them, they were a lot more activist in comparison to the other countries. Now, we also wanted to understand how Turkish activism actually figured out. And then we took two groups. So the first one was the gender activists. And then the second group was what we identified as white Turks. So the people who were more privileged before AKP came to power. And the group that we qualified as white Turks, they were a lot more kind of quiet, depressed, introspective, and then somehow living in their echo chambers. And then the gender activists, actually, they trumped them in terms of their activism because they had nothing to lose. So the opportunity cost of gender activism in Turkey vis-a-vis their European partners was actually way lower because they did not have the exit option. And their opportunity cost vis-a-vis the white Turks actually was once again way lower because they did not have much to lose. So that was really, really kind of striking to see that a group that was tremendously discriminated, excluded, and oppressed were finding their activism actually in the way that populism was directing them in comparison to their European peers as well as the white Turks. So when you talk about how people feel here themselves, I'm just actually curious how come activism is not really the route that they follow more visibly, let's say. I mean, you were showing certain slogans from the Greek Pride that the law is not enough. They were looking for practically implementation of law and then creation of spaces where they could live their sexuality more freely. But I'm just curious actually whether the gender activists that you were interviewing, or let's say the targets of anti-gender movements, they were actually being strengthened by the environment that they had to survive in, or were they really looking for the exit option, which would have been effective emigration?
Well, I don't think that activism and participation in social movements is antithetical to migration. So the group that we spoke with in Greece is a multinational, multi-ethnic group. It includes people who have emigrated from Turkey and Kurdistan to Greece. It includes people are living in the close controlled access center in Lesbos. And so it's not an either or is what I'm trying to say. Either find a personal solution through migration or engage in activism, at least not in the experiences of the participants. What I think is important to notice is the plural senses of resistance that come out of the research. So I'm not sure we can necessarily quantify or hierarchize more or less activism, more or less. People conceive of resistance in a range of ways. Some of that has to do with street level protest. Some of it has to do with advocacy. Some of it has to do with building alternative communities and relationships of solidarity. A lot of it has to do with mere survival. So I don't think that we can just sort of generalize on the level of the nation state as the container that makes sense of that, because we're looking at a group that is first of all extremely heterogeneous for being such a small group of people, but also which is functioning at the margins of the national community in a range of ways. And that, I think, is possibly a more explanatory difference than having something and nothing to lose. So I would put it more in terms of what avenues for advocacy or political mobilization are open to entitled and disentitled subjects within a national society. So for the participants who were fleeing persecution, broadly speaking, anti-gender persecution in their countries of origin, including Turkey, but also Sierra Leone, Haiti. They found through their experience of migration, not necessarily a solution, but rather a reproduction in different terms of some of the same logics that led them to flee in the first place. I think looking at these phenomena through the lens of migration is quite useful, because it also enables us to kind of break down the assumption that there are certain places where these ideologies are operative and others they are not. So answer your question? Yeah.
Surely. Thank you. I mean, in the case of Turkey, we did not work with migrant communities. So we worked with people who were born in Turkey. But I wonder, why did you not include the people born in Greece in your study?
People born in Greece?
Yeah.
No, the majority of people we interviewed were born in Greece.
Okay. So it's not only the migrants that you interviewed?
No, it was that migrants were part of the...
They were part of the... Okay.
Sorry. Yeah, just to respond to that. Yeah, so what was common amongst all participants, whether they were migrants to Greece or were themselves contemplating emigration or had emigrated at a certain point, was thinking of migration as a way to escape a suffocating political reality. But the participants included both people who had citizenship in Greece and people who did not. Including, as I mentioned, people who were seeking asylum, who had recently arrived in Lesbos, or people who had long-standing history of living in Greece, whether their parents or themselves had immigrated many years previous.
Thank you.
Is there any other comment for these two presentations? Otherwise, I will invite you to give the final remarks. Thank you very much, because all this anti-gender and also the first presentation I think it gave us for thought after the conceptual groups discussion and how they became very real after a while with their actions. So you can stay here, but I want to invite Ilmo to come here so you can be on camera and on the micro.
Hi, everyone.
Not worry about this because this is the camera.
So, Xenia just trolled me as the last person to speak on papers that I haven't read. And I just learned, I don't want to call it like conspiracy. Obviously, because I don't know with any kind of national.
So if I want to, we found the third camera.
Anyway, well, thanks very much for the invitation. It's great to be here. Obviously, it's a place that I enjoy tremendously. Now, we spoke a lot of things, which is really great, for a day. But what's really interesting is that we just started with the importance of institutions, as it came out in the wildlife survey. And I think we started to understand perhaps how to make a difference between formal and informal institutions, and then institutions that we have to survive. From my end, at least, I managed to decipher the implications of the wildlife survey way better. Like it took me 4 trials. Like this, trust, the importance of trust, and then Professor Breckwell raised the importance of mistrust, and also she talked about kind of belonging, which I want to say a few more things about. As Xenia mentioned, I finished leading a Horizon 2020 funded project called DRAD, where I looked at radicalization in Europe and beyond. Quite recently, it's 2 years ago, I should say quite recently because the trauma is finally leaving my system, I'd say. And then she qualified this project as a radicalization project, but in fact, it was a de-radicalization. And in fact, at the end of the project, I still cannot really say that I'm an expert of radicalization, because this would immediately have some securitization kind of implications, which I never really wanted to put my trust in. However, we approached this project as a de-radicalization project, and then just had a paper that came out, which has used the de-radicalization strategy, and it's on non-binary belonging. Now, I have a feeling that actually this paper, which just came out on ethnicities, can simply wrap up the discussion that we started with institutions, informal institutions, belonging, conceptual belonging, and finally gender. Because I mean, in this case, we wanted to talk about creating the importance of non-binary spaces. So the paper is called Breaking the Dichotomy, Non-Binary Belonging as a Tool for Inclusion and Inclusive Societies. And then we looked into arts and sports based inclusion and arts and sports based activities, creating these like non-binary spaces. So effectively, we took out non-binary beyond the gender and sexual identity connotation, and we looked into this non-binary to explore sense of belonging beyond identity constructs, emphasizing situationality and shared experiences. So the shared experiences became practically people taking part in sports and arts-related activities. I mean, this was put into implementation in 15 different DRAD countries. And basically, we realized that it is fractured belonging, which is the root cause of extremism or radicalization, etc., which is manifesting itself more or less around alienation, discrimination, and marginalization. Now, these are actually the factors that foster radicalization as they intensify self-other dichotomy. And please, pay attention that when I say self-other dichotomy, I'm not really qualifying self with any kind of belonging or other with any kind of belonging, because ultimately, whenever there is self, there's always other. And the other always needs the self. So effectively, they work in a dichotomy, and then they need each other. So in this case, our approach transcended intersectionality by prioritizing shared context and fluid connections over dichotomies. So basically, we looked into how arts-related volunteering or sports-related volunteering or sports-related activities that actually can create spaces where, regardless of your belonging to self or the other, whichever context you're based in, you can find shared experiences with each other, and then you can look at each other beyond your particular identity constructs. In this case, our approach has been belonging as a dynamic and situational practice, which was always in that obviously you need to find the situation. You may also say that actually it is the belonging that creates the situation, but I mean, these situations can also be transitory. Now, when we approach it from an institutional perspective, the more actually we can create these situations whereby there could be shared experiences between self and the other, the more we will be able to go beyond everyday extremity. Now, this all starts with trust, okay? Because I mean, in your case, actually, the issue is so clear. People do not trust to come out. They don't really trust the others to be able to get into shared experiences because they don't really trust actually the people to respect them. So they are pretty much compartmentalized. And then that means that actually they cannot really break out of the self or the dichotomy. Why? Because the systems do not really provide trust to these marginalized people. As long as actually we don't really have this kind of trust established by the political institutions, we cannot really expect to break this out of the dichotomy. Okay? So that is why I would say that if we're going to have any kind of proposal whatsoever, it's a shame that we couldn't see your findings at the end of your presentation, because they were really interesting in order for us to think more about your third approach. We were talking about how the movements, they have to go beyond their internal divisions, and then they have to establish more cohesive representation structures. And then there were a few other things that I couldn't really I couldn't really see because it was just a bit too fast. I mean, unless we can have institutional systems once again that would provide trust and then interaction across that another, it will be very difficult or almost impossible. Now, is there any trace of trust left in our systems? Maybe as the social scientists or political sciences, we have to think about this. I don't know. I mean, people who study trust probably for decades, maybe we can just say a few more things about this. Did societies have more institutional trust in the 1990s? Or has actually institutional trust decreased over the centuries and over the decades? And what has been the importance of, as Vangelis was studying, what has been the importance of this online-offline kind of interaction in effective trust? Like, did, for example, Greek society have a higher institutional trust as soon as you shifted democracy in the 80s in comparison to now? Or is it the case that actually you have less institutional trust now?
Depends on the institution.
Depends on the institution, but I mean, that is the question here, because you have to approach the institution in more formal than informal ways. Because in our societies, once again, conviviality sometimes had extended that trust in our society, right? Because we all, coming from this decision, obviously, we always had some convivial kind of exposure, convivial relationships. But I mean, what has happened to conviviality, especially in the age of internet and social media, is remarkably bad. Because I mean, at the moment, we don't have that conviviality in situ, in kind of concrete situations any longer, but we look for conviviality within our echo chambers. Okay, and then in that case, trust becomes kind of a purveyor of conviviality, rather than conviviality bringing across trust. As long as you don't really trust someone on social media, you don't really enter into a convivial relationship with them, and hence conviviality, which has been an important aspect of our society, is broken. Right? So that was something that we looked into in the DRAC project, how convivial spaces and how through common reality we could really go beyond this self-other dichotomy. I mean, as I said, this was a project which had many problems. I mean, first we had Israel, and then we had Iraq and Jordan, and then Iraq and Jordan had to leave, and then came the COVID crisis, which really affected us building these community spaces, etc. And we lost many years effectively trying to sort out the concerns and problems and the impact of COVID in the project that was looking for a common reality. However, at the end of this project, what I could say, and perhaps it would also refer to what we're discussing here, is there's an importance in creating shared experiences and then creating certain situationalities whereby people can actually explore sense of belonging with the others, going beyond their particular identity constructs or the identity constructs that they've been socialized into. I mean, that was a very good question again. Is democracy at risk and from whom, right? I mean, ultimately, in our countries, historically, we always thought that democracy is under threat from the military. But I mean, no one talks about military as a threat or a risk to democracy any longer. Now, another question that has come to my mind, and I raised it by the presentation as well, is what happened to the importance of historical legacies and institutional legacies when it comes to democracy. Now, what you're presenting actually is showing that regardless of the strength and the length of democracy, right, compared with Soviet Sweden, etc., the issues are very similar. And I don't really understand actually how come, for example, despite the fact that we have very polarized society structures at the moment, you had a very high number of moderates. In Turkey, I was really actually astounded that you could find so many moderates. I mean, also in France, for example, it's a very polarized society. You had a very high number of moderates, and who are these moderates? If there are moderates so significantly, why don't we really see them kind of balancing this kind of anti-democratic voice that had started to affect our democracy so badly? I mean, in Turkey, the AKP supporters and non-AKP supporters, they don't talk to each other whatsoever. They follow different media. They actually socialize with different people, and for them, like, they are each other's enemy. Okay, I mean, you were asking this question. I think the colleagues have left. Can Muslim women wear burqa increase? And then the result was that not predominantly, but it's kind of significantly, people were against Muslim women wearing. If you ask the same question in Turkey, you would have a similar response, right? Because of polarization. So, I mean, I don't want to really like
I can say something about why no, Sweden, Kosovo, whatever can help. I think context matters. I think we have to look more in detail on the differences. But the hypothesis, I don't have something to introduce this, is the social psychological hypothesis will be that it depends on what people expect to happen. So Swedish people may behave that way, be thinking that way because they had higher expectations, or Kosovo people might have had after the conflict situation, higher expectations of what would happen. At least in Greece, after the dictatorship, people thought that even going within the European Union, things will become so much better in terms of democracy. And then they turn out now not to trust almost anything. The last one thing that it is for us Greek, the elephant in the room, and nobody talked today, is the Tempe accident, which at the end of the day, you had a train accident that killed young people, and that was the last point that made people react to this, and all these people who never went to a demonstration or anything, they start moving because it's this loss of trust, even to a medium like a train, which should be the safest way of transport.
And about has activism changed anything? You can also say that activism serves the purpose of activism, right? Does it really achieve anything? Has there been any resignations? Has there been a court case which indicated
No, there haven't been resignation, nothing happens in that respect. But the activism of a parent, a father, who was doing a strike, hunger strike, because he was supported by so many people, at least he goes to have what he demanded in relation to his child.
Could you please speak out there?
Sorry, we have not sorry, we didn't have the mic. I was saying that even look, activism is a very peculiar thing, because even within the period of the crisis when we had the memoranda, people were in the streets and massively in the streets and for many months in the streets, and then they voted another government. And you would say, why you are in the street? Nothing happens, the memorandum were there, basically. And then you vote another government, and then you had a referendum, and then you still have a memorandum. So there are issues of power, and that we have to take into. You can't expect always activism to work in the direction you have. That was bringing the discussion about this hunger strike, that because he was supported by so many people, he got at the end what he wanted.
So, I mean, the more we talked about it, obviously, the more we come back to the 1990s once again. I studied in Hungary for my PhD, and I studied democratic transition and how it affected civil society in those countries. Now, at the end of 1980s, beginning of 1990s, probably a similar story. It's when the communism was collapsing in this country. There was full-scale anomia, right? So it's the collapse of system. Nothing is respected any longer. People have become tremendously individualistic, but yet you also had activism in the shape of hunger strikes, right? So you had to have this kind of very extreme activism, right, in order to make your voice heard. And this happened when an authoritarian political system was collapsing. However, it is very clear that there's not a difference in terms of the authoritarian political system and democratic European political system any longer, because you still have to really follow a very kind of acute, extreme way of activism in order to make yourself heard. Now, once again, what is the impact of historical legacies in this case, right? Can we still really make a difference between in authoritarianism and collapsing authoritarianism nonetheless? But I mean, a full-fledged democratic system whereby anomie is just common. People do not really respect the system any longer, and people are really individualistic.
Well, this is, I think this is why we said we have to understand what people think about democracy. What is democracy for them? And I mean, we hear here in Greece people saying, why should I be with democracy? What democracy did for me? What is democracy doing for me? And this is a question that comes over, and I think we should investigate it more in the future.
So just to finish, actually, I mean, this is coming back to your very important contributions to social mobility, right? So it looks as long as democracy fails to deliver on social mobility, people, they don't see the value of democracy for themselves. And then maybe actually social mobility boils down to the issue of trust, distrust as well.
Well, trust, I wanted to say this, I can't remember who brought this in the conversation earlier on. And not only trust, but also the distinction between different powers, like the tribunal, the government, and the parliament. It would seem that this is something that the world gained after the French Revolution, and now we are back in square zero in that respect, and people cannot. This is why I said mistrust in institutions. So every institution is different. People trust the church. We saw it during the pandemic. The church was saying, "Don't get vaccinated," and yes, it did. So they trust the church, they trust the army, and they trust, and they don't trust political parties, they don't trust the parliament.
Not the presidency.
They don't trust the presidency, but the presidency is not very important here in this. But they might trust the prime minister, it depends on their ideological stance. So yes, what we can say, there is a lot to be done in social research yet, but I have a feeling that we spent a hard day today with very interesting points and discussions that we may not conclude for today. I want to thank in particularly first the students who were so patiently here, and I hope that you had a glance of what is happening when academics come together and start putting their research on the table. And this is something that I keep saying, that universities are producing the knowledge that they are teaching. So we might have missed a lecture today, but I hope that you gain much more by being present in this situation, and also in English. So I want to congratulate you for doing this. I would like also to thank the team in the social psychology lab, Melina, Yanis, Dimitris, and Donis, who spent quite a few days preparing this event. I would also like to thank Linis for coming here and not having a Zoom call, because it's never the same than to see the person talking about things we care about. And I have investigated for so long. And of course, our opportune colleagues.
And thank you for inviting.
I'm not thanking them.
I have to thank Xenia for leading the Opportune project, which is a very, very difficult project.
Unless somebody wants to have a final thought, we can close this day here and take this food for thought with us. And we should certainly come back to these ideas later on. The whole day will be on YouTube, the channel of the university. So if you have a particular point and discuss. And also I forgot to thank our colleagues who came from other institutions, civil society organizations. Antonis Kalanopoulos from Eteron, who was the first to present here. And who also gave us the opportunity to write something about their Tempe research in a book they are editing. I want to thank Nikos Papakostas and Eleni Taku coming from Interalia and their hidden tribes, and Anna Karastasis, who gave us such an insight on a conceptual anti-gender group. And I hope that this is only the beginning of a collaboration between people who are doing research. I particularly want also to pinpoint that your project is also a Horizon Europe project. And this is also very good to see how different projects complement each other or even disagree with each other, but at least can talk to each other. Because this is also public money used for research. So thank you for being here with us.